live, just a heads up. And
Okay.
we got
Let
five
me
in here waiting already. That's awesome.
let me pull this up. I'm gonna actually pull up the do you want me to mute the YouTube? Is that gonna cause an echo then?
Yeah, you'll want to
These
mute
other
that. Yeah,
Okay, hold
absolutely.
on. Let me
Yo,
mute
what
this.
is good? SGR crew, Sack Juggalo back with another VIP interview. This time we got the legendary reactor, JL Melrose in the house. Tell everybody hi, JL.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing? That's
Hey,
weird. There's a delay.
there is a bit of a delay if you got the uh, the live open.
Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of close that down because that's gonna make me.
You could just mute it though, so you can see the chat.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Because I know Nico's going to got 1,000 questions.
Oh, Nico, man. Hey, Denise. Hi, sweetheart. Look at my girl, Denise.
Hey, Record One, thank you for coming through. Much love. Nico's in the house. Happy birthday to my birthday dude.
Happy birthday, Nico. That's my little brother right there, man.
He's a great guy, ain't he?
He is. He really is.
So, JL, let us know where you're coming from. Do you city, state?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is kind of a loaded question. I live right now in northern New York, and New York is probably one of the weirdest kind of states I've lived in as far as how they break up their regions.
Mm.
So, like, you have New York City, which is way down at the bottom, right? And then they have upstate New York, which is actually only 3 hours north of them, where Albany is,
Oh,
and
okay.
then but they call that upstate. And then if you go like 3 hours probably north of Albany, you have central New York,
Oh, okay.
which is north of upstate. And then I'm like I'm probably like an hour and a half north of central New York, which is northern New York. I'm up by Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the only reason why I live here is because Fort Drum was my last duty station,
Mm.
and I bought a house here, and I had four kids. Well, I had my two kids and then my two stepkids at the time, and I had promised them, myself and my ex-husband, who were both in the army at the time, had promised to stop moving them around. We were going to keep them until they were pretty much all through high school and stuff,
Okay.
and so we bought a house and we kept extending into, and then we got all the kids to school and college, and I divorced the husband, and I'm still here with the house, and I'm not really sure why I'm still here, but here I am.
It's a
But
beautiful
yeah,
living room you got there. I love the wood.
this is actually my office,
Oh, it's beautiful.
and thank you. I actually hate the wood.
Oh, really?
It's the one room I don't. Okay, so the house is it's 118 years old, and it's an old Victorian house, and
Oh,
I've redone pretty much all like remodeled the rest of the house, like to the period of the house,
okay.
except this room. Whoever lived here prior to me decided to put bark and wood on all the walls, making it look like a hunting cabin, and
Okay.
it's right off of my formal dining room. So,
Ah.
like, you can sit at my dining room table into a room that looks like there should be dead animals on the wall. And I'm like, I hate this room so much, but it works. It's my office. I throw all my military, shits on the walls and stuff, and I can throw. If you look, hold on, let me see which. You know what? I gotta do this for a minute because this is trying. I gotta look at the Zoom thing for a minute. Okay, so if I turn it this way, you can see, and I move my microphone. You see all my beer steins
Oh,
and
nice.
yeah, and all my military shit, my football shit. So I guess the wood kind of matches It's my man cave. It's
Hey,
my man cave, is what
that's
it
what's
is.
up. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta have a place where you can let loose and relax a little bit. That ain't no lie.
exactly. And when the kids were here, we actually used it as like they had three gaming stations going in here. They had the futon in here. This was the kids friggin', you don't want to watch what we're watching, friggin' go in the other room and watch it. The
Make
family
sure you
computer
close
was
the
in
damn
here.
door.
Yes, like just go away. I don't want to look at you. And I didn't allow them to have TVs in their rooms because I was like, I don't see you anyway. Like, so the only other TV besides the living room TV and our bedroom TV was in this room. So
Okay.
yeah, I was a strict mom, but like a day never went by where they weren't told I love you. Like I love you, I care, and they didn't get a hug or whatever, but I didn't fall for any bullshit because I was the absolute worst teenager. Like I was every parent's nightmare. Like
Hmm.
there was like I could have gone either way, like death in jail or the way I went, which was the military and law enforcement. Like there was a really fine line right there for a while. And
I
so
feel
yeah,
you.
my kids didn't get away with shit. Nothing.
That's good though, because a lot of parents out there will let their kids get away with murder, basically, and
These days, yeah.
yeah,
Oh
and it
yeah.
really creates some shitty people out there. You
It
know.
it does. And I, you know what? Like, because I'm always like, I say it all the time when I do my reactions, and I think sometimes it gets me in trouble. So I'm like, oh man, I call them my millennials, man. What the fuck? And I feel bad that I like raised four of them and brought them into this world because I'm like, what the fuck is going on with the millennials, man? Like, but I don't know. It's they're so self-entitled, and it's yeah, like I contributed to that.
Well, you sound like you're a great mom, and if you're anything like my mom, my mom didn't let us get away with shit either. Although I was a terrible child, drug addict,
I was too,
uh,
yes.
uh, really didn't have any care for authority, like I thought I knew everything. But I tell you what, I got my daughter. She started living with me full time when she turned 14, like the day before her 14th birthday.
Right.
She was wild. Her mom couldn't control her. She came to live with me. She was about a year behind in school.
Mm.
And by the time for her to graduate, she graduated on time. The day she turned 18, she moved outside of the house, got a job. I'm in Sacramento. She moved down to LA. Now she's in Texas getting ready to buy a house. So I don't know what I did, but it was like that. I ain't taking no bullshit approach. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I'm not your friend. I'm your father. We can have good times, but I'm not your fucking friend,
Exactly. Exactly. I'm much the same as you, except I didn't really have any parentage. I came from my sister and I came from a really, really rough, like, upbringing. And so I basically raised my little sister because we came from a really abusive, really just rough, childhood. And so we were pretty much like street kids, but I like you, like I have a history of addiction. I've been sober for, I think I said 21 years this year, 22 years this year. And so, when you come from that type of upbringing, I think when you bring kids into the world, it's like you you want to do all you can to set them on the right path. And
Yeah.
I had two boys like myself, and I was like, thank God, I am so a boy mom. Like I wouldn't know what to do with a girl. I would seriously. And then I had a stepdaughter brought into my life. Like um, when I married my ex-husband, his kids were 9 and 7, and her mom had pretty much been non-existent in her
Mm.
life, but she desperately needed that. She desperately needed a mom. But in her teenage years, like she was a handful.
Yeah.
And she was like, she would yell at me, you're making me pay for everything wrong that you did when you were 15. Like I had my first son when I was 15.
Okay.
And at 16, like he was born in August. I turned 16 in October, 2 days after my birthday. I left the family home into my own apartment and never looked back. And
Oh wow.
and so she would just be like, "You're making me pay for everything you did went wrong when you were 15." And I'm like, "You're fucking right. I am. You are going to do everything the exact opposite that I did."
Yeah.
But you know what? Like today, she looks at me and she's like, "Thank you," because she went and got a 4-year degree, and then she went to grad school, and she married her college sweetheart, and now she's happily married with an excellent job and a great husband, and she just had her second baby. And she did it the right way. You know, I have a master's degree, but it took me a long time. I've had to like claw and scratch and fight for every fucking thing I've gotten in this life. And
Yeah.
I didn't want that for her, and I think, yeah, I was a little harder on her than I was the boys for that exact reason. Like, I want you to do it the right way. Like, do it the right way. And she did. And now she loves me and respects me. But back when she was like 16 and I wasn't letting her go to co-ed sleepovers at her friends' houses,
Right.
um, where her boyfriend was going to be there, she hated me. You know, who the hell lets their kids go to and who hosts co-ed sleepovers when they're? I mean, I'm like, what is going on? This world's crazy.
Facts. Hey, first off, I want to congratulate you on your sobriety.
Thank you.
That's major, man.
You too, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's also been about the same, about 20, 25 years.
Yeah.
Uh, I put it down, never look back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. You want to make sure that you're, for some reason, and I still don't understand it psychologically, children crave discipline. They might not act like it, but my daughter's the same way. Like, fighting me the whole time, tooth and nail, arguing and shit. But now she's moved out. She calls me almost every week, to check on her old dad. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is. Yo,
So
D's in the
terrible.
house. Thank you for coming through.
Hey,
Uh,
what's up? We all know you're good at heart. Yeah.
Toast,
See.
Andrea. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, D? Look at them all. Like Denise, Puff Puff. Yep, we know. We know Denise. Denise
Hey.
is always a little.
Yo, what's going on, Larry? In case you're not familiar with who this is JL Melrose. She is a fantastic reaction channel. All
Thank
her
you.
details are in the description below. You can get that Instagram, Twitter, and her YouTube page right there. Uh, and Larry, you're a great artist. If you don't know, she will.
He's in my tournament, man.
Oh,
He's in my
okay. Dope.
tournament.
Dope. Yeah, I wanted to bring that up too.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. And I also do lives every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday morning at 11 o'clock. We have the best. I'm sorry, you're a live channel too, but I gotta say this.
Hey,
We do the best lives if you are just into just kicking back, and we do themes a lot of the time, but we just play some really great music. And our it's really the community that drives our lives, because the
yeah.
community is just, we're just down for anything, like so non-judgmental and just really crazy. I call us the cool kids. So like,
Hey,
if you were not the cool kid in high school, you are the cool kid in my life,
hey.
basically.
That's what's up.
That's what it is.
I do
And
enjoy popping into your lives. It's Tom, right? That does co-host with you.
well, Tom, yeah, I offered Tom like a place to live, a room. Like, he was living in Georgia, and in his friend's shed. And winter was coming up, and I was like, dude, I have like 3 empty rooms in my house up here in New York in the Arctic freeze. If you want to come up here.
Mm,
And so he moved up. He moved up here. He rents a room from me, and it's cool because he was coming to my lives anyway when he was down there, and now he's up here, and he'll either stay up in his bedroom upstairs, or sometimes he'll come down here to the office, but it's kind of crowded,
okay.
and he'll just pop in and kind of co-host. He mostly does like my research on shit. Like,
Mm,
if we're doing a certain theme, like the one we just got done doing, we started on Tuesday, but there were so many requests we carried it over to Thursday. That happens a lot. But the theme was gone but not forgotten. So the people that you were requesting had to be dead.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Hey, that's a cool theme though.
Yeah. So I was like, he hit themes like that. I'm like, okay, so you got to double check that they're dead. I'm not sure that they're dead. You know, or if there's like, if we're doing a decades theme or something like that, I'm like, make sure that that's in the 80s. It's not the 90s because I'm not sure that's kind of on the border. So he does a lot of research for me during my lives. And he's kind of a character. Tom is quiet, but likes to play things up a little bit. He'll be in the background with his skeleton and his unicorn skeleton, and he has all kinds of strange things. And
That's awesome.
he adds character. He adds character to the lives, definitely.
Your lives are a little early for me, so I can't get to them all the time because I usually staying up late trying to get stuff done. But when I can, I definitely do try and stop by and say hi and you're right. The community is amazing. Like
Thank you.
these communities across all of these reaction channels seem to be the nicest people I've ever met in the world. Really.
A lot of some of us share subscribers, so
Right.
that's cool too. It's really important to I've been on YouTube for I think well, I've been on YouTube since 2011, but
Mm,
I've been really active, I think, since 2013, and really active in the live scene for probably about 4 years. But you have
okay.
to, in order to survive on YouTube at all, I've learned that you have to have your own little community of reactors, or just not even reactors, just other YouTubers,
Yeah.
if you're going to survive, because it can be a really ugly place. And, you know, we were just talking the other day in my live, and someone who is a long time subscriber said to, and was, and is a moderator on my channel, said, when is so and so going to turn blue? And I said, well, now wait a minute. I'm not like all these new channels that just because you've been on my channel, a subscriber to my channel for a year or so, you just automatically get a wrench. That's not, I go to some of these lives, and
Like mine.
everyone, I know I'm looking at your live as I'm saying this, and I'm like, should I just shut my mouth?
Nope.
Like, everybody I go into some of these lives, and everybody in the stream is a moderator. And I'm like, I'm not like that. Like,
Yeah.
I came up in YouTube where the moderator is an extension of me.
Yeah.
So when I'm too busy doing what I'm doing, you should be checking and making sure everything's going right there. Or when I put out a reaction, you should be making sure, like, I call my comment section the forum, because in the beginning, like, we dealt with real issues. Like, we would tackle gun control, we would tackle, like, because I have people from all walks of life in my, like, my subscribers and the people who watch my videos, because I have strong views on things, but I'm willing to talk to anybody about anything.
Yeah.
And so we've talked about a lot of different things. And so my moderators have always been like an extension of myself. And so I have always, like, cherry picked my moderators, and been stingy with the wrench because of that. And so I've only ever had like 5 at a time.
Yeah.
And and I also said, plus, she's never come to me and said, ever, like, expressed an interest in being one.
Yeah.
And I would gladly have her as one if she had ever said she wanted to be one. And then she spoke up and said, I'd love to be one. And I said, well, there you go. Now you can be one, but yeah, that's how I feel about the whole moderator thing. And actually, she's here right now. And she's not a moderator of yours, but she is of mine. The only one in here without a blue wrench. But it's just kind of funny, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's YouTube has changed a lot over the last couple of years, I've noticed. I think since COVID, I think YouTube, because there's so many more people on here than there used to be.
Yeah.
And also the amount of people, gosh, doing reactions and in general, and doing them badly. Like, I'm sorry. When I first came on here, like we took great pride in like I paid for my editing software and I took great pride in, and I still do, in the way that in the amount of time that I edit my videos. Now people just run a live and then just cut chunks of their live out and throw them up as their videos and don't edit their videos, and it drives me crazy. Or you get three kids just smoking weed in a garage and they're like, yeah, this is dope, this is so dope, like, and you know that they only ever listen to hip-hop, but they're doing, this is so dope, to an Iron Maiden video, and they hate it, like they're gonna take it out, it's gonna be garbage, but they get like 25,000 views on that video, and you're like, are you serious? Like,
right. No, I completely understand. I'm the type of guy who we love music, right? So we're going to sit there.
Totally, yeah.
We're going to listen to the instrumentals. We're going to listen to the lyrics.
Totally.
We're going to tell you what we like, what we may not like about it, the whole nine. And you do see some of those channels out there that they'll pause it just to say, this is great. And then they'll start playing. Why is it great? Why do you think it's great? That's the thing that kind of like throws me off sometimes.
But I think we also came from the generation of like the cassette in the boombox, going back and forth, writing down the lyrics on fucking loose leaf paper to songs. You know what I mean? Like the songs that we really loved, like writing down the lyrics, going back and forth until we got every single lyric correct.
Yeah.
Like now they just go on Genius and there are all the lyrics for them. And it's like, what work did you put in to even memorize that song, or even like love that song and love the meaning of the lyrics to that song, like I just remember doing that to Heart Song, any of the songs that I loved growing up, and that's why like I have such an eclectic taste in music, and I just love music, love it. And so it's just, I think it's just different nowadays. I don't think the appreciation is the same. I think there's very few in the younger generation, or even in, I guess maybe I can't pin that on the younger generation. Maybe that is everybody.
The thing I do like seeing is seeing the younger generation appreciate older songs, like from when I came up, or even before me, like my mom's generation, because we sitting in the car listening to mom's music or dad's music, and when you're young, you're like, can you turn this shit off? But when you get older, you're like, you really find the appreciation in that music.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was listening to. I mean, when I was 15, 16, 17 years old, I wasn't listening to that crap music we had in the 80s. Because I'm sorry, we had garbage music in the 80s. I was listening to, the Stones and Zeppelin and Black Sabbath and AC/DC and shit. I mean, that's what I was listening to.
Yeah.
And my mom, one of the good things that she did do was she always had music in the house. So, I mean, I grew up on my mom's music, and, the 70s music was, 60s, 70s music was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And there was some good music in the 80s, but most of the 80s music was garbage. I'm sorry. It just was.
Most of things in the 80s was garbage. Like cars were shit. Was.
Most of the people were high on coke and spending tons of money. I mean, it was just really the 80s was garbage, period.
Straight up.
I mean, Miami Vice was good. You got one television show that was probably good.
Yeah, there were exceptions to the rule, but most of the 80s were kind of trash. Oh, and I wanted to cover this. The reason why I have everybody just be a mod in my chat is because it's like the Wild Wild West. You know what I'm saying? So, like, everybody's got a gun. Ain't nobody gonna make a move. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Type shit.
No, that makes sense. That makes total sense. On a channel like yours, no, that makes total, absolute sense. It's like, who's gonna jump first? Nobody. Who's feeling froggy? Nobody.
But everybody does attack the bots when they come in, so that's a good thing.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, Prince was fire. No, you're right.
Prince is fire.
We said there were exceptions to the rule.
Facts.
But not many.
I mean, you got Michael Jackson, you got Prince.
I I had when I was 14 on one wall in my bedroom, I had Prince on another wall. I had Michael Jackson.
Hey,
But we're talking early Michael Jackson here. We're talking like he had a poster where he had like a white shirt on with a yellow sweater and he still looked like Michael Jackson.
yeah.
Like I don't this is prior to like whatever he turned into in the end. Like this was still young Michael Jackson. And um Prince, I mean, he just surpasses, I think, anything. I
I
think the
tell you,
man was a genius.
I tell you, the thing is, like, you look at them gentlemen's lives, right? And they became so famous. It would have been so hard to live that life,
Well,
you
think of
know?
Eminem now. Eminem's living that life now.
Yeah,
And I sit there and I think, you come from poverty and you say, I want to become famous. I want to become, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. I want to be famous. But do you ever want to really become so famous that you put yourself in a place where you're in total seclusion? Like you can't go anywhere, do anything. You basically put yourself in your own prison.
facts.
And I don't think any of those gentlemen meant to do that, you
Right.
know?
They did
So
give the
that's,
world some great music, and I will always be grateful,
yeah.
for being able to listen to motherfucking Beat That, you know what I'm saying? Purple
Right?
Rain, But yeah, that would have been a very hard life to live for real.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Facts. Hey, Sip. Hey, is it Sip?
I call him Sup when
Sup.
he's in my
Okay.
channel. That's what I call him.
Welcome. I thank you for coming through. Yeah, Jackson 5 on, man. He was fire. For real. Facts.
Yep.
And we gotta get Sup a wrench. Boom. Everybody in their blue uniform. So,
Oh, this is awesome. Like I see my whole army in here almost. This is cool.
hey,
You
that's
did
love.
say everybody would show up, man. Yeah. Yeah, I normally have a live going on right now, but I told them they all have to wait. I was like, I said, I'll see you guys on Saturday. And I was like, no, wait a minute, football playoffs. And then someone said, don't you have an interview? And I was like, oh yeah, never mind, interview.
Sorry, my mom's lost power at 2 o'clock this morning, and
Oh my
she's trying to
God.
find an extension cord.
They said like over like 60,000 people or something are out of power right now.
Oh Jesus, man.
Yeah, like it's really bad because of the storm.
Yeah. Out for my uncle went over to my mom's house yesterday and changed some breakers, and then at 2 o'clock this morning, she said everything went out except for one room. Like that's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Larry says, I want to be able to visit my friends without paparazzi. Well, exactly. My ex-husband is from Sacramento. Isn't that what you just said? You grew up in Sacramento?
Yeah,
Or that's where you were from?
my adolescence, yeah, pretty much all of Sacramento from about age 11 to now. I tried to.
I wonder if you guys went to high school together.
I went to Mesa Verde, if
I'm
that
pretty sure
sounds
that's where he
familiar.
went. I'm pretty sure that's where he went.
Hey, what a small
Uh,
world, right?
yeah. Yeah, but you're much nicer. He's such a dick.
Ah, I appreciate that.
No, it's like he's an Air Force brat. You're an Army brat, but he was an Air Force brat. So like um he like for his first 12 years of life, he lived in the Philippines where he had like a live-in maid and shit like that.
Oh
And
wow.
he always lived in turnkey houses and stuff.
Mm.
And I'm from the Northeast, so I'm used to living in old houses and actually I lived everywhere. My mom was like a gypsy. She moved us around everywhere. So um like I'm born in Boston, but kindergarten through like third grade, Detroit, Michigan, and then like I've lived everywhere. But I never turnkey houses was never anything that was a part of my life ever. Probably until I joined the military. But yeah, no. I guess when his dad kind of did the same thing that I did with our kids. Like when him and his brother were getting ready for like junior high or high school, like he got stationed at whatever air base that is up in Sacramento, and that's what is
Probably
that?
Mather.
Yeah,
It's either
and
Mather or McClellan. One of those two.
McClellan, yeah,
Okay.
and that's where they just stayed. They
Okay.
stayed there after that, yeah. So
Sacramento's nice. Because it's
expensive
like
as hell.
I ain't gonna lie, it is very expensive. But you got the mountains on one side, the ocean on the other, and you can visit both on the same day. It's pretty fucking
But
amazing.
but wouldn't you admit that right now it's kind of like becoming a suburb of the Bay Area of San Francisco?
Oh,
I mean, it's just
everybody's
like,
yeah. The whole Bay Area seemed to move to Sacramento over the last
yeah,
10 years. It's
yeah,
getting really crowded.
yeah. And like, because I remember I had when I was stationed out there, I had a soldier who was from Stockton, and we were going up to see his parents in Sacramento, and we were like, well, you can hop a ride with us because Stockton's, I guess, I mean, Northern California. No.
Yeah, it's
But
about an
there's
hour
like,
away.
yeah, but it's when you're coming from, Southern California and you're driving 8 hours up to, Sacramento, might as well drop the kid off in Stockton. And there's nothing in Stockton. I mean, it's like, but they were building all these new housing developments where there used to be like nothing.
Yeah.
And so you could see where the reach was coming from San Francisco and the Bay Area, where they were just trying to like build housing for people, just, for commuters and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Because
it's just crazy.
as expensive as it is here in Sacramento, it's 5 times, 10 times more expensive in the Bay Area. It's
Is it?
ridiculous.
Oh,
I mean, people be, um, your standard cookie cutter home, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, out here, $200,000 to $300,000, which is expensive as fuck. But in
yeah.
the Bay Area, 1.5, $2 million. It's ridiculous.
That's just it. Like his mother bought like a 2 bedroom, 1 bath, tiny little house. Like her backyard is half the size of what my front yard is. She paid almost $400,000 for that house in Sacramento.
Yep.
And when I got this house, which is like it's a 4 bedroom, 2 full bath. It's um over 2,000, almost 2,300 square feet on the inside. I mean, I've got tons of rooms. Plus, I'm on a
Mm,
third of an acre,
nice.
and I only paid 87.9 for my house.
That's what's up.
Like, but this house would go for over $1 million probably.
It'd probably be
I'm like,
close to 3 or 4, seriously.
and I'm like, that's just crazy. And people are like, why don't you just sell your house and move someplace else? I'm like, where the hell? Where else am I gonna move? Where my mortgage is like $300 a month? Like
Exactly.
seriously,
Yeah.
where else am I gonna move? Like, I'm gonna stay right here until this bitch is paid off, and then I'm gonna take all the equity out of it. Because even here, the housing prices have now gone up. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
because I moved here in '94, so like the housing prices have even gone up here. But I'm gonna get every little bit of equity out of this that I can, and then I'm gonna move to another country. I
Hey.
lived it. Well, I lived in Germany for almost 10 years, and I
Okay.
absolutely loved it. So I wouldn't mind moving back to Europe.
If I did move to another country that didn't speak English, I would definitely have to figure out how to learn another language. That's for sure.
Um, Not necessarily. I mean, you learn a little bit. I mean, I lived in Germany. The thing is most if you move to don't go to France, but because they're assholes. But like if they are, but like if you move to Europe, they most of them start English like in primary school.
Okay.
And so if you ask any of them as adults, do you speak English? The answer is always going to be in whatever country you go to, a little bit. That's always going to be the answer. But like if you go to move to say the Netherlands, like Amsterdam,
Uh huh.
most of them speak at least 5 different languages.
Okay.
Most German, if you move to Germany, most of them speak English fluently.
Okay.
But here's the trick. You have to try to speak their language to them first.
Oh,
butcher
okay.
it, butcher
Hey,
it all to hell and back, but they will then speak English back to you,
okay.
probably better than you do.
That's amazing. Yeah, because they're using proper grammar. We just use broken English. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yo,
They
that's
just
what's
want you
up.
to try, man. They just want you to try.
Hey, and that's respect right there,
Yeah.
Larry said he got for 54K, he got 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath, 350 a month.
Yeah.
My lot rent on my fucking trailer is almost $600 a month. Just the lot
What?
rent. Yeah.
That
And I
is
and I
crazy.
live in the hood. Like I don't live in a great spot. Like you would think it'd be like 200-300 bucks. Nah, it's expensive. But for being in California, having a trailer payment, having a lot payment, having a truck payment, all that stuff, insurance, food, and all that, I could live for about $2,500 a month, and that's
Sup.
that's not too bad.
Sup says I don't speak English. He's so full of shit.
Nope, not me, huh?
Yeah,
Yo,
see,
Carol, thank you.
Sup says that's true. See, he's right. Yeah, it's true about being overseas. And if you, as long as you try to speak their language, they're cool about it. If
Dutch
you want
is
to follow,
easy. Okay.
yeah,
I
Dutch isn't bad.
I learned how to count in several languages. You know, uh, growing up in California, so they try to teach you a little bit of Spanish. My mom helped me with a little bit of
I
Dutch,
took
a
Spanish.
little bit
Yeah.
of French, because the army, you start
Yeah.
traveling and shit.
Hmm.
Um, but as far as like speaking to someone, asking where the restroom is, I'm lost. I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom, and they're like, oh, okay.
No, you always start with the swear words. You had the
that
wrong people teaching you,
that's
man.
facts. I did learn a lot of Spanish swear words in school from people.
Right, there you go. Always start with the swear words.
Facts.
And actually, I think I learned afterwards that German is the easiest to learn because English is actually a Germanic language. So, like, a lot of their words are the same as ours.
Okay.
Like, we almost German actually almost became our national language back in the day of our becoming a country
Oh, okay.
because we had a ton of Germans here.
Yeah.
And yeah, so like
Yeah,
a
we
lot
did
of
have a lot of people from Germany and across Europe move here uh, just to be able to create.
yeah, like if you think about it, like the Irish and stuff didn't come here until the industrial age.
Right.
So when our country was just being formed, like the Quakers and a lot of the people who came over here, it was a lot of Germans that came here.
Okay. That's what's up. Yeah, $600 a month. It's like five
That's
seventy.
insane.
It's like as much as my
Insane,
truck
man.
payment. Like it's
I was
fucking
gonna say,
crazy.
I was about to tell you, like, that's more than what my car payment is, and I own an Audi. I mean,
Oh
that's
shit.
that's fucking crazy.
It really is expensive here, but the weather's great. We don't get 2 foot of snow. We don't get any snow. It might
So
get a little cold.
are all spots filled up for the tournament, or do you need Nico to work his Jedi magic? Okay.
Hey.
All right. Well, I guess we'll talk about the tournament for a minute, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely wanted to get into that.
Okay. So let's talk about the tournaments for a minute, guys. So to answer Nico's question real quick, yes, all of the spots for the tournament, the bracket is full, is what I'm saying. The bracket is full. However, if anyone wants to sit in as a standby in the wild card slots, there are two of those available, and you are more than welcome to do that. But it is not a guarantee that you will get into the bracket. But however, things happen. Like we've already had one person who had to drop out, and I had someone there to automatically plug in, which was awesome. And since we're still like a week and a half away or something, you never know, like, because it's iffy on someone right now, which is kind of scary. But anyway, so that answers Nico's question. The other part of that is these tournaments are going to happen like this year it's seasonal. So like there's another one coming up in May. which will be the spring tournament. And then, so this is the winter one in February. There'll be one in May for the spring. There'll be a summer one. And then what's going to happen is the champions from each tournament, um, we've already kind of talked it through. We're going to be putting a cipher together with all the champions. And then I've been talking with different people who would like to sponsor the tournaments after this, and so next year we're going to be doing hopefully twice as many tournaments as what we're doing this year, and they'll be sponsored, which will be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But what I really wanted to bring home about these tournaments is that the reason why I'm doing them, and so the importance of them to me. And I think this tournament, especially in talking with some of the, well, most of the participants who are taking place in them, I think their heart's kind of in the same beat as mine, is that I gain nothing from these guys. Like, I'm not an artist, I'm not a producer. I just love hip hop. Like, well, you're in the same generation as I am, so I've been listening to hip hop since basically its inception, right? So I love the craft. I love the people say, what is hip hop? Hip hop is not the music. Hip hop is the culture. It is everything. I used to dance. I used to break dance. I used to dress. I mean, it is the way you dress. It is the attitude. It is the dance. It is the music. It is everything. And being an inner city street kid myself, like, hip hop is a deep love of mine. And I was getting really tired of seeing mediocre to poor artists on YouTube getting all this shine and all this publicity and all these fans, and watching these really fantastic artists sitting there with like 28 views on songs that are just unbelievable,
Right.
and just not getting seen. And so, as I kind of put out there in the description, on the JL Melrose Facebook page, which is a public page, by the way, it is not my personal page. I put the page together, but it is a public page. So if you're a fan of the channel or whatever, you're more than welcome to post anything you want on there.
Okay.
Post clips. You can put clips of the live on there. You can do whatever you want, but all tournament info is on there as well. But it's basically, the tournaments are put together for the underrated, unheard of, up and coming, and just the artists who should be getting the shine but aren't. But it's also for gameplay. It's like, it's for the love of the game, guys.
Yeah.
And so, that's why they're structured the way they are, which is like the first couple rounds, you have to play them with your existing music. So it's like versus. And so there's strategy that goes into that. So, your first round, that's why you don't get to see the bracket until 24 hours prior to. So like,
okay.
Yeah. So the tournament is on the 18th, and all participants, and by the way, the participants don't even know who the other participants are at this point. Like,
That's
nobody.
what's up.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, everybody's like, you're being so covert about this. Yes, I am. Like, you guys, so not all participants, like Larry's in it and he's like, who else is in it? I don't know anybody else. Like, he might know one or two other people, but he doesn't know everybody. So on the tournament starts on the 18th at 6 p.m. Live on my channel. Please be there a little early. You must, and everybody knows the rules. You have to be there if you're competing, or you forfeit basically. But please don't forfeit. Please be there. It'd be really shitty if you weren't there.
Right.
But they get the bracket on the morning of the 17th.
Okay.
So they then will get to see, oh wow, like, I'm up against this person. But now they also get to see, oh wait a minute, but these other people are up against these people. So they see the potential of what the second round could be. So make strategic decisions, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, guys. make strategic decisions about your song choices. Do you want to blow? Should I say that? Can I say blow your load?
Yeah,
Okay, you don't want
absolutely.
to. You don't want to blow your load like on your first round if you think you might need it in your second. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Atari says I'm so lost.
Yo, welcome, Atari. It's always good to see you,
I
man.
don't know who you are, dude, but if you're an artist, like there's another tournament in May. Please keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely go hit those deets down in the description. This is JL Melrose. She has a fantastic reaction channel. She's putting together contests, really trying to like make the hip hop game level up, you know, and we
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
that. And Ray's in the house. What's up, Ray? Motherfucking love you, bro.
I just want to tell you the talent, though, the talent level in this tournament, like I am so excited. Like once I had all the judges, like this thing is put together. It's been put together for a week now, and I've just been like, I want to do it now. Like I want to do it tomorrow, but I
Right,
can't because like I've given all these judges the actual dates and the schedule of the tournament, so they've freed up their schedule for those dates, and it's like shit, I can't. I gotta wait.
right.
But I want to do it now. Like I'm so excited, and I know the guys are excited to get it done. And I'm like, why did I put it at the 18th? So I want you guys to know I'm just as excited as you guys are to get this tournament done. And you know, like as for the prizes, like it, the guy and all the guys know this. Like the prizes are to help you and to help your career and to help make music. They're not like a new fucking Xbox. Okay, that's not what this is about.
Right.
Like the our first, and by the way, just our first champion is Apocalypse. He won the first tournament, and so um and no, I'm gonna tell everybody because a couple of the contestants already know, so it's only fair. He was going to be defending his champion, but he's not. He had family things he needed to take care of, and so he will not be in this tournament. And then there's nothing saying he had to be in it. So, yeah, but he's dope. By the way, go check him out and go check out his channel because he's dope as hell. And of course he is because he was our champion. So,
Hey,
yeah, but go to JL Melrose, the Facebook page, or go to any of my social medias, and all the details will be there. And yes, this one is full up, but be happy about that. And be on my live 6 p.m. on the 18th of February and witness this tournament. And if you're an artist, show up for May, man. Show up for May. Larry.
absolutely. Yo, Joe, man, you take care of yourself, dude. Always nice to see you, brother, for real. Hey, Carol, I'm so happy I gave you the wrench because you were working your ass off. I appreciate the shit out of you for
That's my
real.
girl. That's my girl, man. She's my
And James,
that's my
welcome, man.
cheerleader.
Always nice to see you. We getting that wrench for you too, my dude. Everybody, everybody got their uniform on, their new suit.
They do, man. Look at them go.
Hey,
I'm
yo,
glad I don't have any questions. That's good. I was afraid people were going to be asking off the wall friggin' questions. Hey James, how you doing, dude?
hey, yo, it's very nice to be able to sit down with Reactor. I've done a few Reactor interviews now, and really getting to know the people behind the camera. Uh, it's a pleasure. You're a really kind person. You have a great attitude,
Oh,
and you have a love for hip hop, just like
thank
no
you.
other. So I appreciate what you do, for real.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've yeah, I do. I love for hip hop. I love for music in general, but yeah, like I do this. I'm going to be honest with you. Like the whole reason why I started YouTube was um so I was when I got out of I had to leave them. I was a career soldier and I had to leave because I got hurt. I had a career ending injury.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And yeah, it's it's cool now, but thank you. And so I went back to grad school, and because when I got out, I noticed that there was like I had some severe survivor skill at that point, and so I had to get my head straight as well as rehab my body, I had to rehab my mind. And I saw that there was a huge like gap in mental health care for combat vets. And so I went back to grad school and I became a therapist, and I specialize in PTSD and reintegration issues for
Oh,
veterans.
oh,
And
that's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
but some things had happened in my life to where well, things happened, and so I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer,
Oh
and
shit.
I can't work. And then COVID hit, and so now I'm kind of like really stuck, kind of at home, not being able to work. And I don't know what that's like, because I told you, since I was like 15, 16 years old, I've always had a full-time job,
Yeah.
always, and tend to be a little bit of a workaholic. And so being stuck in the house, and also being sick and not being able to, and also having like the things left over from uh the trauma left over, I was kind of like, what do I do? I'm going crazy in here. And I lost my service dog.
Mm.
He passed away, and so I was kind of like in a really bad place. And so I was like, I need to be able to have access to people, but I don't know how to do that, because I don't know how to talk to, I figured out really quickly that I didn't know how to talk to regular people or civilians anymore. Like I
Mm.
didn't know how to talk to civilians anymore. And so uh, a friend of mine said, you should try YouTube. And I was like, okay, well, that's completely the opposite of what I want to do. Like, I don't want to talk to, and they said, no, like your therapy has always been music. Like you love music. And I do. Like I wake up every morning, and before I do anything else, like I grab my coffee, put my dogs out, take my dog. Like I've always had dogs. And like I sit on the couch with my coffee, put my headphones on, and I'll listen to an entire album chilling with my dogs. And like I need to do that every morning. That's how I start my day. It's like Zen, you
Nice.
know? And they're like, but you love music so much, you have so much knowledge about music. Share that with people. And at first it won't be so threatening, because you're just looking and talking to yourself, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And I was like, I'll try it, And I look at those early videos and I cringe. They are so horrible. My first YouTube videos are so cringeworthy.
Don't feel bad.
Um,
Mine were terrible
uh,
too.
oh my God. But I won't take them down, because I actually still get views on them and people like them. But I'm like, oh my God, they're awful. Um, and so that's how I got into YouTube to begin with, was because of my love of music and my need for people. And I guess my want to share my joy and kind of and the joy of music, I wanted to share that joy with others, or how it helps me with others. And so along the way, we kind of helped each other,
Yes.
and I might not have I don't have, like, I started my YouTube channel like 4 or 5 years ago, on a regular steady basis. But I've
Uh-huh.
had to take breaks, like a full 6 months off, because of surgeries
Mm.
or chemo or this or that, and so like channels that started when I did, and when I was pumping out five videos a day, 7 days a week or whatever, they're now like at 250,000, 500,000, whatever. And yeah, I should probably be there too, but to me that's not what's important. I have like a really good core group of
Yeah.
people that have been with me every single step of the way. They've never left my side. And like they bought me this chair. Like when it got to the point where like I couldn't sit in an office chair anymore that I was in,
Mm.
they got me a gaming chair.
Oh, that's
And
love.
like, so exactly. And like we were talking about mods, right? Like when we were having the conversation about the mods the other day, like one of my mods who's been with me forever was like, but we don't have a job because like I don't get trolls.
Yeah.
I don't get trolls because like it's been like 2 years. Like we took care of the trolls. Like I troll back trolls. Like I don't put up with the bullshit, and my mods don't put up with the bullshit. So
Yeah.
trolls learned a long time ago. There's no point in going to her channel. Like we're just such a cool and chill group of people that you know there's just none of that bullshit that goes on.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that I can say that YouTube supplied for me, and I never would have seen myself going on YouTube and becoming a YouTube creator or a reaction channel. If anyone had ever said that to me, I would have been like, no, there's no fucking way I'll ever do that. But that's how, and sometimes people are like, and I'm truthful, 100% truthful about what I hear in the music and how it moves me. And sometimes I'm in tears by the end of a song, and I'm like, I used to get embarrassed by that because I'm of the way I grew up. I'm like, I don't show tears, I don't cry.
Yeah.
But now I'm just like, if the song moves me to that, that's where I'm at. And other times I'm like, I'm sorry, that was pure shit. I don't understand. But people say that's why they love me, man. I don't know.
Hey, that's the
So,
thing, man. Like, you're going to be in front of the camera for hours and hours and years on end. It's impossible to be fake at that point. At some point, you're going to
mhm.
slip up. So, if you're being you and you're being honest, people are going to. I mean, you got so much love in the chat right now. It really is amazing to see everybody show up, show so much support for you. It's heartwarming, really. It is.
They're so goofy. I love my people, man. Like they are so dope.
That's
They are
facts.
so dope, man.
Shout out to the community out there, man, because without y'all, man, there is no us. And
Exactly.
I'm so happy that people could be. We're from all walks of life, all over the world, and we
Hmm.
all grew up different. We all seen different things, but we could come together and bond over this music shit in such a way that it really does feel like a family.
It is a family, man. Like it's the only thing I say where like I tell them people are always like, put the captions on. I'm like, no. Like music is international. You don't need the words like you're supposed to feel it like and it's usually with like there's also some artists I refuse to do. Like I won't do that kid that from Asia that screams at the top of his lungs or whatever. I forget his name. Damash,
oh,
yeah.
oh yeah,
I refuse I refuse to do artists that people do just to get the 50,000 viewers that come with them.
I feel you.
And that kid's voice is like someone sticking in an ice pick through my ears.
Oh
So
damn.
I'm like,
I've
it's
never
just
listened to him. I've seen a lot of
it's
people react to
wicked.
him.
It's wicked high, and he
Okay.
screams on purpose. Like I saw him on a TV show once, and I'm like, I will not. I refuse to. I won't. And I also don't want his fans that are going to come with that one video that I do, and then keep asking me to come back. Or if I happen to say one bad thing about that um, kid in that one video,
Yeah.
they're going to harass me forever.
Right.
So I just save myself the aggravation and say, no, I'm not going to do a Damash video. I'm sorry
Yeah. I generally
because
don't do anything that has, millions and millions of followers.
no,
You know,
it's not worth
that's
it.
that's. I mean, the name is in. I mean, the name underground is underground for a reason.
Right?
Eh,
Exactly.
but I do on occasion do like I like the group Sabaton. They're a worldwide known rock band.
Yeah, I have heard about them, but I don't think I've done them yet. But I've seen a lot of people do them.
They are amazing. I really do like their work. And every once in a while, I'll throw a reaction out. It isn't all the time, but I think I've done like maybe three or four of them over the
Hmm.
history of my channel. Um, but 99% of the stuff that we do over here is people's never heard of them, and that's the point.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll have to check them out because I have seen that. I have seen other reactors that I respect. Um, I know this is gonna sound kind of weird, but like when I'm not like on my channel or doing something, I actually do like watching reaction channels.
Me
But
too.
I isn't that weird? But like but I like but I watch reaction channels and I think nobody else like they're not the super popular ones. And if I get sometimes I'll get like maybe a quarter into a reaction or I'll know like or halfway through a reaction I'm like oh Jesus and I'll just shut it off and go to another one.
I've been there. I've been
I'm
there.
like come on dude, you know, there's this one guy who like I really like his reactions but the way he talks
Mm.
irritates the fuck out of me. So it's like I'm like if you could just shut up I would really love your reactions because your reactions are awesome, but just shut your mouth, dude, really. And then there's other ones where I'm like, I know you don't have to pause 15 times for this video because I've reacted to this video and I played it straight through and I did nothing. There was no problem, you know? So, you know, there are other things that kind of get to me. And then there are some reactors that I used to watch all the time that now I'm just kind of like, I think you guys have gotten a little too big for your britches now, and you've changed. So I'm not like into you guys anymore.
You do see that sometimes when the channels get
Yeah,
big, they change. It's kind of weird. I don't. If I had 1 million subs, you know what I'm saying? Like 2 million subs, I'm damn sure I'd be the same fucking person. You know, I want to listen to the underground shit, even though we're in like that smallest niche of YouTube that you could possibly be in. You know, hip hop's great, but there's a lot of top hip hop artists like M and stuff. I don't do Eminem reactions. You know, I don't do
I do
Tom
very few.
McDonald. You know,
I
even
don't
though
do
he,
Tom. That's so weird. I won't do Tom McDonald either.
yeah. I mean, people know about him, so what's the point of me? You know, I'll go watch his video and give him a thumbs up,
Right.
but there's no point for me to go out there and push his music because he's getting millions of streams. You know,
Exactly.
so
The difference between me and a lot of my friends, because I think you'll agree that like we we do tend to have like a little reactor community type thing, and it
yeah,
exists on Twitter and on Instagram, but like the difference between me and everybody else is that 90% of what I do is rock.
okay,
And it didn't start out that way. I never intended for it to be that way, but I think what it was is that because I have like such a love for both genres, all genres. I mean, like, but both genres, and actually, like, I'm a big alt rock girl, like from like 90s alt rock, not like this bullshit today where like they don't know what to call, they don't know what category to put it in, so they
yeah.
just throw it in alt rock, and I'm like, alt rock my ass, like, no, I mean,
You're talking
like,
about like the Cure,
yeah,
9 Inch Nails type shit, right?
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah, yeah. So like that's kind of where my love of of it comes from. So what kind of inadvertently two things separate my channel from everybody else's. Number one, my channel was established to be a community channel, which means everything I play comes from requests. Everything I play. Like I have four, where are they?
yo, what's up, KT? Good to see you, my dude. Much love,
Hey,
man.
what's up, KT? I have four books
B
here.
Mad's in the house. What's up, B? How you doing, brother? You got four
These
notebooks?
these are all like requests. And my
Hey,
and I have a ton of little pieces of paper too, but my entire channel is just requests. And at one point I had to say, nope, you have to be subscribed because I got sick and tired of 83% of my viewers were not subscribed to me. And it wasn't fair that my subscribers had to sit there and wait in in line in these books with people who weren't subscribed. So I
yeah,
finally I said, no, you have to be subscribed in order for me to do your request. So,
that's fair.
and yeah, and I get 1 day a week where I get to do what I want to do, but the rest of the time, it all comes out of these books, which are requests, and it just so happened that like I guess there was an opening where somebody wanted a rock channel. Like, I have like 1 day a week, which is hip hop. And I love hip hop, but I end up doing hip hop mostly on the day where I want to do my stuff. The rest of the time, it's all rock and metal.
Well, do
And
yourself a favor and definitely check out Sabaton. You will not
I
be
will.
sorry. Uh, all their music depicts wartime battles. So
Oh,
yeah, it really the production, the videos, everything is top tier. Like they had the first time I seen it, uh, it they were doing the story of the Bismarck, right?
uh-huh.
And it was like you were watching sea battles on TV, and they're just rocking out over the top of it. It was I was like, hands down, I'm a fan. Within like the first 15 seconds of the whole video, and they weren't even playing music at that point. They were like going into this uh, like they were in this wharf, and they went into this building, and they loaded up all the equipment onto like this fishing boat, and they just started fucking jamming, and then here comes the Bismarck right next to the fishing boat. It was crazy.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check them out.
Yeah, Subset
Definitely.
Bismarck, one of my favorites. Facts. They big time production.
What is? I'm sorry. Carol just keeps going on. I keep seeing my name, and and it's just Carol. She's just Carol's just got. That's all right. It's just PR. I never told her to do any of that.
Yo, Alley Cat, always nice to see you. I hope you're having a
Hey,
great day. Much love
Alley
to
Cat.
you.
I'm seeing new names. That's why Alley Cat. I know KT. KT was in the last tournament.
Jennifer Kimmons, thank you for coming through. Much love. Hey,
We got a lot of people. We got some good people in here. I'm kind of watching two different screens because I didn't want to have them all up at the same time. Well, hold on. Let me.
Jennifer coming in showing love. I want to show some love, and we're going to get you in that new blue suit. Let's go.
Hey Jen, how you doing, sweetheart?
I hope
There's
everybody's out there is having a great time. If you do have any questions for JL, just drop them in the chat. And if
I
they're appropriate
Yep.
enough, she'll answer them. No.
I'll answer anything, which you guys know is better than being in my live where I always take the alternative and say no. So this time, yeah, this is your time. This is your time. If
Take
you want,
advantage.
take advantage of this time right now because you guys know once you get into the live, I'm like, nope, I'm not saying crap.
Right. So you were talking a little bit about next year, a while back, saying there's going to be more tournaments.
There are,
Uh,
yeah.
what else
I
do you
have,
see happening next year?
I actually have a clearer view of where I want to see everything going in throughout this year into next year. And a lot of it, because everything's been so up in the air because of my health, and a lot of setbacks had to happen in my channel because of that. And so there's a lot of changes that are going to happen. One is I had to completely dismantle I had my Patreon, which is now going to be built back up. But
Okay.
so some things that have happened are starting to happen. Like I said, the Facebook page was built and is going to be and should be getting manned. It should be. I'll be checking to make sure she's still doing it. She's stoned a lot of the time, so I got to make sure.
Hey,
Um,
that's me.
yeah.
Kahuta's always like, "Hey, did you check on this?" I'm like, "Fuck no, thanks, man."
Yeah, I built it, and I then kind of
Alley Cat, thank you so much. You're always the sweetest one, for real. I appreciate you.
I then kind of delegated it out to a couple people to kind of man it and keep it up to date. So Facebook is a big one because I haven't been on Facebook personally or anyway in over 10 years. So because you can hit a whole new demographic of people from Facebook than from anywhere else.
Yeah.
The my Discord, another one which has been a mess. Where's Tom today? Tom is upstairs in his room. I'm not sure. That's where he is. Brian. I'm pretty sure he'll be here for the live, but this morning he hasn't been feeling well, so he's been upstairs.
Well, we wish you well, Tom. That's what's up.
Yeah. Um, so the Discord is, that's why I made the network chat. Can you add chat? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
absolutely.
course. Yeah. Of course. So the Discord is up, and Carol actually goes in there. Carol is kind of taking care of the Discord, and she actually goes in there every morning and wishes me good morning. And I have yet to go into the Discord and say anything. I am so terrible because this is me. Like, to me, I feel like, all right, I'm personally responsible for handling the Twitter and the Instagram, which I do. I go into the Twitter and Instagram every day. I talk to people and everything.
Yeah.
And I built the Twitch page. Twitch is up.
Nice.
And Twitch is I'm going to start streaming on Twitch every evening. And it might not be just reactions. It's good because what I have developed for Twitch, and this is the first time you guys hearing it now.
Exclusive.
So exclusive, because one of the things that people pick on me all the time about in my lives is my rants. And if you're subscribed to me and you go to my lives, and even if you watch my reactions, I tend to go on these rants, and they're not bad rants. They're just like little, like I get on my soapbox about certain things and people think they're funny. Actually, and it's just because I'm Sicilian and I'm passionate about things. And if I don't know, if I feel passionate about something, I kind of will go off on a little 1 or 2 minute rant. And so I've been wanting to do a podcast for a little while, and I kept thinking I needed another person. Reasonable rants with Metal Mel.
I love it.
What did Brian say? The rants are worth the price of admission. See,
Hey.
they're funny, and yet she loves pineapple. I hate pineapple on my pizza. Do not start, James. James is one of these people who loves to start the rant. He always antagonizes just to get. He actually donates for rants. It's kind of funny.
That's awesome.
But so the rants are a bit of a thing. And so I was thinking, how do I want to do this? I've been wanting to start a podcast, and I kept on thinking I needed another person for the podcast. And I was thinking I could interview artists on the podcast. What did I want to do? And then I was like, do I want to start another channel? And then I was like, no, because I've had Twitch, and while I've been like double streaming my lives through YouTube and Twitch,
Okay.
I always have to make sure I take down Twitches because you can't have music on Twitch.
Oh.
So I've decided that on Twitch, what I'm going to be doing is it's going to be, my podcast is going to be on Twitch, and I'm going to be doing it maybe not every single night, but at least a few nights a week. And it's going to be basically, I'm going to be calling it basically manic Mel's manic rants or whatever, something of that mat. But it's basically going to be that. It's going to be like my discussion, my rant channel.
Okay,
Kind of thing.
nice.
You know how like Stevie Knight has night talks, his night talks.
Yeah, I like
I'm
Stevie
gonna-
Knight too.
Yeah, I'm gonna be having my rant channel. It's basically my channel. Hey, Haru, what's up?
Have you ever heard
made
of Rumble?
Yes, I have.
I started kind of like putting reaction videos on there. They also do live, so I didn't know if that might be something you would be interested
Oh.
in doing as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they do lives on Rumble now, and Odyssey, I believe. Rumble's probably a little bit easier, you
Yeah.
know, little more free speechy type things, you know, if you
Mhm.
want to get into some, you know, political shit or whatever, they don't fuck with you there.
Oh, maybe I would think about that because my stuff is all political in one way or another, except for the Canadian or the Canadian bacon or the warm egg thing that we went through, guys. That was a little. Do you know that people in some countries do not refrigerate their eggs?
I did not know that, and that seems like it
Really,
wouldn't work.
right? Really an unhealthy thing, right? But
Right.
seriously, like we had a whole thing about it because I thought it was unhealthy. Yet the Canadians and some people, you got to understand, most of my audience is not American. They are they're in other countries, and I was surprised how many other countries don't refrigerate their eggs.
It's amazing.
And I was just like, that's what about the whole salmonella thing? Like,
that's what I was. That's the first thing that what popped in my
right?
mind was salmonella.
But those are the weird types of things that they get me on a rant on.
I did see this thing.
Like,
it was over in, I want to say, like, man, I can't remember where the monks are.
yeah.
So they have these 100-year-old barrels of beans, right? They just let them ferment for 100 years, and you can stick your hand in there and eat it, and it's just outside in the sun with a little top, and that seems like it would be very bad for you, but they just love it.
They eat funky shit though. These are the people who eat like unborn chicken, like the
with the bones in it,
like the chicken still in the egg, but it's dead. You know what I'm talking about? Like, or they'll eat the black eggs.
Yeah.
Things. Like, why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why would you even think that's okay? I don't
know.
B-Mac
got a question for you though.
Oh, what did he say?
He said most / least favorite rock band, and Rock On said Swedish Fish, and I know I was in your live. You were talking about Swedish Fish. That's a love of yours. So, hey, that's what's up. Okay. Hey, there they are, right there.
There's Swedish Fish, baby.
Oh, they got blue ones too.
Oh yeah, man. Like on the bottom, that's tropical. That's my favorite flavor bag. Like tropical is that's the bomb.
I didn't even know they're
hard.
Those.
They're hard to find. Like, but tropical is my favorite. And tropical, you get papaya, anyway, they got all different ones, but the tropical is my favorite. And then they have these other ones called Two Tails, which is this one here, which is 2 different colors. Oh. And that's so like the front of it is one flavor and then the tail is another flavor. Oh. And then what are the ones? Oh, and then they have Crush, which is like just basically they're all primary colors, but like they're the flavors of crushed sodas.
Oh yeah.
But then Tom bought me a big bag of just the regular flavored ones last night, so that's why everything's getting crushed by just regular red ones right now. So, yeah, I am like a connoisseur of Swedish Fish, except James Hogue, who's in there right now, yesterday during our live was sitting there like bombarding us with all this Swedish Fish stuff because he looked it all up on the internet for me and was just like, oh, so anyway, the question was here, be mad, you've been in enough of my lives to know the answer to that question. He said, what is my all-time favorite rock band? Was that it?
Your favorite, your most favorite and least favorite, I think.
Okay, so my all-time favorite band and the only band that I think counts because they laid the map of every band to follow afterwards, and you guys know this, is Led Zeppelin. If it's a rock band that is playing today, it's Led Zeppelin. That they learned any kind of riff or anything like that, Led Zeppelin. And Led Zeppelin, obviously, they came about by listening to our old time rhythm and blues. So, Led Zeppelin, my all-time favorite of all time.
Zeppelin's goated for real. I'm old, but I'm not old enough to see them in concert, but I did get to see Page and Plant, and that was a dope ass show.
Yeah, I mean, but you're also looking at a time where like these men are like real musicians. Like, they actually went to school to become musicians as well. Yeah. So I mean, you're coming from different time. Now, my least favorite band. Um, that's hard because
I know
I could
with
tell I could tell you some really annoying ones, but to say a least favorite, I'm not going to do that because that's all subjective.
right.
Some people are just really like, I love these people. I can tell you some just really obnoxious bands that I just don't listen to, or types of music I don't listen to. But I, it's all subjective. Some people just really love some things, and some people don't. And, you know, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's facts. And plus, I
Yeah,
find it really hard to find things that I don't like.
exactly.
Like, I'll be listening to music that I can't even understand. They're not singing in English, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is amazing.
Oh, Haru, by the way, is Haru still in here? I listened to Project 80. Where is he? And
Where
I
you at,
still
Heru?
where are you? And I still think To Pimp a Butterfly is my favorite Kendrick album.
Mm. To Pimp a
Yeah.
Butterfly. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
The Wiggles. Come on, B. So, you know the Wiggles is my favorite. Right behind Blues Clues.
Oh, MGK's Rock Band. I think pretty much anything MGK puts out is something I'm not going to say that because I kept telling you, I told everybody actually when MGK was rapping that he should do alternative rock because he's an excellent guitarist and he sings better alternative rock than he ever rapped. And I told
Mm.
you guys that when he was going through the whole Eminem thing, and I got all kinds of hate shit in my comments. And then he went and put out an alternative rock album,
Yeah.
and it went friggin' to the stars. So I don't want to hear it. I predicted it. It came true. And there you go.
You heard it here first. Mel is a savant. Like,
I wouldn't go that far,
hey,
but I just know MGK should not be a rapper. He should be doing alternative rock. Hey, can't ever diss Steve. That guy. He showed me what happens when you trip.
he's
Yeah.
talking about Steve from Blues Clues.
I'm
I,
like, what the hell are you
I think
talking
that's what he's
about,
talking about
dude?
because I said Blue Clues. Rock On wants to know
Oh,
other
that's
than
right. Yeah, I don't do CCR. You're right. John Fogerty's voice is like nails on a chalkboard to me, but I have also said that like Bob Dylan, they write beautiful music. Like
yeah.
their songs are poetry. And
How
and
about
in
Michael
that
McDonald?
it's like during that time, like I said, like during that time, a lot of people who should not have been singing were singing because they were writing protest music,
Yeah.
and and like they were poets. They were writing beautiful lyrics and beautiful ideas and doing a lot of really beautiful drugs,
Yeah.
but like they should not have been singing, but they were. And people didn't care because people didn't care what the voices were. They cared about the lyrics and the substance of the music.
Yeah.
And that I feel like that's more important than like okay, so Robert Plant doesn't have the prettiest voice in the world, right?
Right.
But that man can get up on stage and literally sound like sex. He can. He can get up there and sound like sex. And when I say that, people are like, well, they're either a prude and they're like, that's gross, or they can sit there and say, what are you talking about? And I'm like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. And I play a song, and he sounds like sex. He doesn't have the prettiest voice. If people just listen to Led Zeppelin and they're like, oh yeah, I love Stairway to Heaven, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's the most bullshit song they ever wrote. It's the most mainstream bullshit song they ever wrote, and it's my least favorite.
How do you feel about Cashmere?
Kashmir is probably one of my favorites.
It's so
It's
good.
it is probably one of my yeah, I would say one of my two favorites. I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
Kashmir is a beautiful song. Instrumentally, it's absolutely gorgeous.
The
Absolutely
score is
gorgeous.
amazing. Absolutely.
Yeah. But then I also, I mean, if someone were to ask me another one of my favorite bands, I would have to say Rush.
Mm,
But Rush, the reason why Rush will always stay like an underground or cult band is because they became too brilliant for their own good, like musically, like their talent level and what they wanted to do and push themselves to was too much for the mainstream.
yeah.
So they always stayed kind of like a cult. When I say a cult band, I mean they always had their following,
Yeah.
but they were never going to sell a gazillion albums. They were never going to be played on all the radio stations. And the other thing is, it's like when bands do that, like because Pink Floyd did the same thing. When you push yourself beyond those bounds of what is mainstream and what isn't, when your songs are going into what's another band that's like that, a dream theater, right?
Dream Theater,
So
fire.
when you're pushing your songs into like 20 minutes and 13, but they're just so like they're like musically, instrumentally, like the musicality, it just blows you away, like transcends you. Tool does it too,
Yeah.
it's like you're gonna be an underground band, you're gonna be a cult band,
Yeah.
you're gonna have this following forever, but you're never going to be put in the discussion of who's the greatest band ever.
Yeah. How do you feel about Grateful Dead and Pink Floyd?
Well, I love Pink Floyd. I've never been a Grateful Dead fan, although I was married to one, my first husband. But I was just like, I think I missed the Grateful Dead tour when it came by. I don't know. I think my mom was probably on it, but I wasn't there. I mean, I'm sure I was there, like, because there's lots of pictures of my sister and I running around with nothing on. So I'm sure Grateful Dead was involved in that. But no, I was never a Grateful Dead fan, although most definitely a Pink Floyd fan. In fact, I keep telling my listeners, and I keep yelling at reaction channels, like when I'm watching a reaction, when they're doing a reaction to one of the songs Off the Wall, and they're like, oh, this and that. And I'm like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about because you haven't seen The Wall.
Yeah. You got to watch the movie.
Or you haven't listened to the album in its entirety from beginning to start.
Yeah.
Because it's a story. You can't,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like it's an entire story. Like it's a rock opera.
Yeah.
Like Tommy. Like you can't take Tommy and grab one song out of the middle of Tommy and say, oh, here, it's about this.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can't do that. So I always tell my people, like, if you really want to understand who Pink Floyd really, really was at that time, go buy yourself like some really good kush, sit down, smoke at least one bowl, and then put the movie The Wall in and watch it.
Yeah.
And have a really good time. See, here's Tom, everybody.
Hey, I was just saluting him. What's up, Tom? Good to see you, man.
They were worried about you, dude. They thought
I
like
find the link, so I didn't worry about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have sent it to you.
They
thought I like locked you in a closet somewhere down in the basement.
No, I was watching Starship Troopers and waiting on the dogs to start acting up like Mama did a few minutes ago.
He's not.
Starship.
He just drank. So
Starship Troopers. That's a great movie.
Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
He got stuck in the alien's butt. That's just funny, man.
Haru said, Tom.
Hey.
Everybody. D-Mad says, opens box, kush.
Sounds great.
Sounds pretty good. Now you got to go get the movie.
Carol had a great question. She said, Mel, would you choose to spend the night with Plant or Mercury? Who would you choose?
You want to go out? Come on.
Oh, well, obviously Plant. I mean, Mercury hardly even went my way. I mean, right? I mean, the question would be, would Mercury go with me? I mean, yes, he had a longtime girlfriend, but
Yeah.
She was more of a beard than anything else, I
Right.
think.
Right.
I think we all know which way Mercury went. I
Hey.
guess the biggest question would be Jimi Hendrix or Plant.
Mm,
And
mm.
then it would be Jimi Hendrix.
Hey, Jimmy, man, that dude was amazing, man. Sometimes you just lose them too soon, man. That's
I
facts,
know.
and
I
it's
know.
very unfortunate. But what that man did for rock and roll music will never be forgotten.
We were just talking about in my group, we were talking about, I was telling them about the 27 Club
Mm,
and how they need to look up the 27 Club and just, it's so sad, just like the amount, like, it's almost like we're given like these beautiful, brilliant, souls, but they're like so, so delicate. It's like just I don't know, like the harshness of the world is just too much for them to take. They can only be here for such a short amount of time. But then I get pissed off because Chris Cornell is absolutely one of my favorite people in the world.
mm.
Like he sings, I cry. And he was 51 when he took his life. And I was like, dude, like, I understand like Chester was gone and all these people had left recently, but
Yeah,
you were the one person holding out. Like, how many people are left from the Seattle Sound? How
right.
many people are left from the grunge movement? None almost. Like, who's left?
Yeah,
Like,
and
that whole movement.
that 27 Club, I'm vaguely
Ah,
familiar with it. It's people who died at 27, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all artists that have died. You can look it up on Wiki and it'll give you the whole list of everybody. And it's gone all the way down to Robert Johnson, who's the absolute father of rock and roll and blues in this country.
Mm,
He's the one who invented the 6-string guitar.
mm.
And he's the guy who Haru, Kendrick or Cole. Look at you. I'm gonna have to go J. Cole, man. I'm
Mm.
gonna have to go J. Cole on that one. But he yeah, like, so when you hear the whole thing about the guy that went down to the crossroads and made the deal with the devil, that's rumored to be Robert Johnson, the great blues guitarist Robert
Ah,
Johnson. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He died. He died at 27. He's part of the 27 Club.
Wow,
Yep.
man. Hey, that's cool shit, Carol. You wrote a whole thesis on that 27 Club. That's crazy cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in it, and they're just like some of the greatest entertainers, but mostly, I mean, I think if you go on Wiki, they also put entertainers in there, but it's mostly for yeah, artists,
Musicians.
like musicians and
Okay.
artists. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I was vaguely familiar with when you said the 27 Club. I was like, I've heard that somewhere before. So yeah, I have to take
That's
another look
crazy.
into
Like
that.
Janis Joplin's in it, Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison,
Yeah,
um, uh, um, Amy Winehouse. I mean, there's like some crazy people in there, and it
that's
goes
wild.
back. Like if you go back, um, it just, and even forward. I think some of the more recent people who have passed away are in there as well.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom.
That's fine. Hey Ty, how you doing? The question alone is enough to cause a riot amongst the younger hip hop heads. Haru, you guys come up with a name for your pod yet? The infamous Rising podcast. The Wall versus Tommy. That's not really like a. You've seen people go to war over the Kendrick versus Cole debate, over which one is better than the other, or whether if you like one more than the other. See, I tend to like Cole better than Kendrick, but I don't think one's more talented than the other. They're different, totally different. Exactly, Ty. Like, it's not even, but they're not even the same. Like they're not even the same type of rappers. So how is there a debate there?
All right, sorry about that. That coffee
That's
was
okay.
getting to me.
That's hey, I'm a coffee drinker. I gotcha. I understand. I was just oh, sorry. That was Nico saying he's back. No, I was. They're talking about how there's like people to cause fights over the whole Kendrick Cole debate, and I'm like, what's the debate? You either like one more than the other. They're two totally different rappers, type
Right.
of rappers.
Yeah.
So I tend to. I mean, I like Kendrick, but I really I'm a fan of Cole's. Like I have been since he first came out. So I prefer Cole over Kendrick. That's just the way it is. But then Haru is a fan of Kendrick, so he's gonna go with Kendrick every
Hey.
time.
Yo, both great artists in their own right. That's facts. Kendrick's first album's probably one of my favorite from him. It was so raw and it was so my story type shit, his story type shit. Haven't really jumped into too much of Cole's work, but everything I've ever heard from him was top tier shit. Real lyrics.
Well, then have you listened to Pimp a Butterfly? Then
I have not.
you have to. That's my favorite Kendrick album,
Okay.
and I think it's his best album. Haru does not agree with me. Haru thinks Project 80 is, which I guess is actually Kendrick's first real album,
Yeah.
which I listened to the other day, and it's good, but I still prefer To Pimp a Butterfly, which I think is just straight poetry from beginning to end. And and I like Kendrick. I do. I like Kendrick, but J. Cole is more like, I don't know. I don't want to say, oh, I mean Section 80. Sorry. Project. Section 8. I hadn't heard of it until you brought it up, but you're right. Thank you for correcting me. Section 80.
Jiffer
And
got a great question too.
I'm a fan of both, honestly, but Kendrick is taking forever. It's taking forever. Great. No, go ahead. What's the question?
Jiffer is saying, I wonder what Dre and Snoop and everybody will be performing this weekend at the Super Bowl.
Ooh. Oh, I have something else to say after that, but I don't know. I think they're all gonna.
They'll probably hit their top.
They're
hits.
all gonna hit their top hits,
Yeah.
and so Snoop is gonna do something from Doggy from his little album.
And there should be like a 12-foot.
Did that come
somewhere.
off bitter? I didn't mean to say his little album. That's not what I meant
His
to
little
say.
album.
I didn't mean to say it like that, man. But like, I'm sorry.
His doggy style album.
His doggy. I didn't mean to say his little album. I don't want people to take it like that. That's people are gonna be like, oh yeah, she fucking said his little album.
She
But like,
dissed
come
Snoop.
on.
Next thing you know, dude, Snoop's on Instagram talking shit. You're like, hey, Snoop dissed me. That's the shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's not what I meant at all. But come on, like everybody else that's on there has like albums, but so there's been this whole big thing about everybody's always going to hate on Eminem, so there's people hating on Eminem being on the Super Bowl thing, which I think is ridiculous because he does deserve to be on there with everybody else that's on there, right? If it's a Dre thing.
Not only that, how many times do you even see M out in public? Never, ever.
Never.
You know what I'm saying? He doesn't do commercials. He doesn't go to clubs. Let him have some. I don't even really care for Eminem, but I can notice that he's probably one of the best to ever do it. He's definitely in the conversation, and
right.
Let him have.
I just don't understand why people it's like they want to hate on him. It's like, why? Leave the poor fucking man alone. I think he's earned it, okay? And I'm the same way. Like, I'm not a huge Eminem fan, but let the man have it. Come on.
Facts.
There's no denying the fact that he's changed the face of hip-hop.
Facts.
And there would not be half the amount of white people listening to hip-hop if it weren't for Eminem. And that's across the board. You think Jay-Z would have half the amount of white fans if it weren't for Eminem? No.
Yeah.
Do you think 50 would have white fans? Do you think any of the white people listening to hip hop today would be there if it weren't for Eminem? I think everybody should just shut their mouth and thank Eminem, and every mogul in hip hop who is putting extra dollars in their bank accounts from white people should just shut their mouths and thank Eminem.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say about that, because it's true.
It's undeniable. It really is
It's
undeniable.
absolutely true, you know, and because rock and roll was the number one music, number one genre forever, ever. And guess what? It's not. Hip hop is now, and hip hop has been for the last decade.
Yeah. Easy.
So I don't want to hear it. Anyway,
Holly, always nice to see you. Who got my coffee? I got, but I finished it. I'm sorry.
Out of context. Yes. Yes.
Yo.
So this is what I wanted to say, and I told you rants, but here we go. Here's the last part of that rant. People, okay, yeah, whatever. Beastie Boys, yeah, okay, they don't count.
But they were a punk band first,
and they weren't that good.
They were fun. Let me put it that way. They were fun.
But were they gonna bring billions of white people over to the hip hop side? No, they weren't. They weren't that good. They weren't that good. They were like, do you know who I equate the Beastie Boys to? Limp Bizkit. I mean, they were really like kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I can see that.
Okay, but this is what brings on my rant. I'm not really upset about the hate that he's getting for the Super Bowl, although that's mildly irritating. It's expected. He got nominated to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and friggin' Rolling Stone on the front cover puts out this whole friggin' hate thing on it about why is Eminem being nominated into the Hall of Fame before Rakim, before this person, before that person. I'm sorry. When Jay-Z got put into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame a couple of years ago, was there some hate thing on the front page saying, why is Jay-Z getting put in there before Rakim, before blah, blah, blah?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if Jay-Z wasn't black, if Jay-Z was white, then he would have gotten hate. But because he's black, he deserves to go in there before Rakim. Personally, I think Rakim should already be in there.
Facts.
But Rakim should have been in there, and Eric B. But neither one of them are in there. But nobody says anything about them. Oh, and by the way, the Beastie Boys are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But
and Paul's Boutique was probably my favorite album from them. That album was fucking great.
So there's my rant. People want to sit there and hate Eminem and say, you guys go look up that article that just came out, because and that's where I get sick and tired of the race. The whole race thing in hip hop. It's got to fucking stop. When it comes to Eminem, the rest of them, yeah, whatever. But I'm talking about Eminem I think Eminem has just surpassed race when it comes to hip hop.
Yeah, I mean, because you look at, like, I interview a lot of artists, and the vast majority of the artists that I've personally been able to speak with, one of their main influences is Eminem. And it doesn't matter what fucking color you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had black guys, Mexican dudes, white dudes, dudes from Middle Eastern descent, all say the same thing, man. M really made them want to pursue a career in hip hop.
J. Cole says that Eminem was one of his biggest Nas and Eminem. And he said his first album, he sounded mostly like Eminem. And he's not the only one who has said that. Hobson said that, and I'm sorry, Hobson still kind of sounds like Eminem sometimes. But, like, you can't deny that the man has contributed a lot to the genre.
Yeah.
And a fan or not, I mean, I do like some of what he's put out. I don't like a good portion of what he's put out, but I like a good portion of what he's put out. It's kind of like he's got his different lanes of stuff that he does.
Yeah.
And some of it I like, some of it I don't. Just like other people, but he has contributed. And for The amount of hate that this man is still getting, it's ridiculous.
I thought you were talking about G Funk Parliament. Uh, what's his name? Man, come on. I didn't get enough sleep last night. What the hell is his name? George? Hold up. Is it P Funk? P Funk.
I smell eggs. Did you just make eggs?
What the hell is his
It
name?
smells really good. I smell like eggs and bread and shit. What the hell is he making over there? And he didn't make me any either.
Hey, man, eggs sound great. Eggs and
I
sausage and
smell.
bacon.
I smell like that's what I smell. Breakfast,
George
like eggs
Clinton.
and toast.
Thank you, my
Oh,
dude.
George Clinton. There we go.
P Funk. Yeah.
Mm.
I think you talk about something else though. Parliament, a singing group, though, because I went first to P Funk.
Oh, her. I don't think they focus enough on the issues as a whole. What are they talking about? Oh, Sub said I did a small rant. Oh, it's not my channel. I can't go crazy on somebody else's channel. I'm a huge M fan, and I can see the bad optics to put him in the Hall of Fame. He deserves the same recognition as the members for sure. Yeah, he was the one who inducted Run DMC. When Run DMC was inducted in, he was the one who did it for them years ago.
Yep, Holly Dunn did it. I gotta go. I'm gonna eat. No, just kidding.
I'm serious. Like, Tom made something, and all I can smell right now in my house is like eggs and toast and bacon. And I'm like really pissed that I don't have it in front of me right now. And he's gone. Like, he left back up to his room. I'm like, you used my stove. You cooked all that good food, and I didn't get shit.
Yeah, I was just looking for some scraps, man. Yeah, you offer
Exactly.
scraps.
My dogs are probably eating better than me right now.
Right? Yo, Slipknot, really great band. I've liked them for a long time.
I love Slipknot, but I love Corey Taylor.
That dude's fire, yeah.
Yeah, he is. And every group he's been in and all his solo stuff. But see, that's just me. Like, I'll pick bands apart in different parts. And see, that also comes from the genre of alternative music. Like, is those guys were so interchangeable. Like, you take Chris Cornell. Mm-hmm. How many different bands was Chris Cornell in? Like, those guys were so interchangeable that they just kind of went from band to band to band. They would like, oh, I'll just play with you guys this weekend now. And so, like, Slipknot and Corey Taylor is the same way. And, you know, you don't see that today.
Yeah.
And maybe that was the downfall of rock music. I don't know.
They were really getting creative in the late 90s doing that.
Yeah.
Who was it? Two bands. Oh, my goodness. I'm having trouble thinking. Two bands joined together and made one band. What was that? They did that song, I'm Going Hungry. What was that?
Okay. Okay, well, that is Pearl Jam, I think, is who you're thinking of. But you had Okay, so if you're thinking of the Seattle sound, like you had like, okay, so what came out of Seattle is like you had Soundgarden, and you had Chris
Temple
Cornell
of the Dog. Yes, thank you, Johnny.
So Temple of the Dog, but Soundgarden. Chris Cornell was in Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, Audio Slave.
Yeah.
And I want to think. Back then, there was like 5 or 6 bands in Seattle that all pretty much played in the same, like, they would replace members here and there or whatever. Then then Nirvana was the first one to get a deal coming out of there.
Right.
And then Soundgarden was the second group to get a deal out of there. And then it was like one by one, then Pearl Jam, then everybody else.
Yeah.
But because everybody knew each other, like, they started forming like these super groups too, like Alice in Chains. And then Alice in Chains was there too. And then they made Mad Season was another one when they kind of formed a super group.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So like they were just all so talented, but they were also fucked up on heroin.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Rage Against the
Rage
Machine.
Against this Machine. Yep.
What do you
So
say?
like
Skinner is my favorite rock band, Larry said. I love me some Leonard Skinner too, man.
there's some Southern boys. Oh
Hey,
my goodness, man. Yeah, Skinner's good,
that
but for
Southern
me,
fried rock.
that's all some Southern shit.
Facts.
He toured with Mad Season. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mad Season was Huey Lewis in the News.
Hey,
What?
hey, I
Come
fuck
on.
with Huey too,
Oh
man. It's hip
no.
to be square.
No. Are you kidding me? Come on, Larry. Come on, Larry. No, there is so many better things that came out of the 80s than Huey Lewis. I'll even say Hootie and the Blowfish is better than Huey Lewis in the News.
Hey, man, Hootie, man.
I
That was a
loved
great
me.
band.
There was, and now he's making some good country music, man.
Facts. Facts.
There's more to Hootie than they want to say.
What's up, Prize? Always good to see you, my dude. I hope you're having a great day, man.
I don't know prize music.
Yeah, Prize has
Nice
been
to meet
around.
you.
Uh, he's been around my channel since he was like 14 years old, 15 years old. He's about to
No
turn
shit.
18 now. And watching the level of growth in this dude's music has been amazing, man. I love
That's
watching artist
awesome.
growth.
That's awesome. I have someone who's always in my channel who's always like, he's like, yeah, I'm 16. I'm like, no, you're not. You're 18. You're 18. Stop saying your age in my channel, dude. Like before it didn't matter because I always deemed myself 18 and over. Like I
Yeah,
always from beginning I would say I'm an
13.
18 and over, like I'm 18 and over, like that. I deemed myself that. But then I think someone reported me because like for 5 years I never had a problem with YouTube. YouTube never blocked any of my stuff. I never had an issue.
Yeah.
And then about a month, 2 months ago, I got an email from YouTube saying, we monitored your channel and this video from 2.5 years ago, which was so a video from 2.5 years ago. And we now have deemed your channel an 18 and over channel. And I'm like, and actually the video the reaction that they, you know, checked out was from a Christian rock group. It's like, what could I possibly have done
Right?
during that reaction for them to make that determination? But
That's
whatever.
wild. Yeah, for a while, Prize wanted to get on and do an interview, and I was like, "Yo, YouTube's weird about minors being on camera. Like, I don't really want to
Yeah,
fuck with that and shit. Like, so he's about 18. He's almost 18 now, and just a few months ago, we were like, "Fuck it, I don't care what they say. Get on, man. We want to fucking chop it up finally." So finally, we
right.
were able to have an interview, and YouTube
Just 18.
did not fuck with it.
Kind of lucky that I can be in your channel, Mel.
He said,
What?
he said,
Sup,
"Phew."
you're only 18? Dude, that's not true. You're older than
18 in
but
May, yeah.
yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, so I know that this kid is only 16, but he's been in my channel for a while. So every time we do a live, if he accidentally says his age, I'm like, no, like, yeah, stop kidding around. You know you're older than that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know who reported me, but I don't want them to then go back and say she's got underage people in her lives.
Yeah,
I'm like,
they spruce it up like she's over there fucking with minors, like it's bad or
no,
something, right? Like, nah, I'm
when
just
real
trying to listen to music, man. Leave me the fuck alone.
the worst thing I do is my language, because I mean, it's really the Army's fault. You can't be in the Army for as long as I was and not have a mouth like a truck driver. Like I
Hey,
swear a lot. I really do.
fags.
And I
Yo,
try I try really hard not to because I know in order to really get the sponsors that I want and stuff, like I really need to clean my act up and but
yeah,
sometimes I just don't care. I
I,
honestly,
I feel you. That's why I told you before we started, just be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care. Like, if somebody wants to sponsor me for, you know, the channel for what it is and how we conduct ourselves, great. I smoke weed on camera. I smoke cigarettes. You know, I cuss like a sailor, but that's just me, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm never disrespectful. You know, I don't try to get, you know, too graphically crazy, you know, because my mind goes to the gutter a lot, you know.
Yeah, mine too.
So I try not to
horrible.
get too graphically, you know,
Yeah.
nasty. But Larry, man, I love your music, man. Like Eddie and the Cruisers, I haven't thought about them in so long.
Oh, I love Eddie and the Cruisers.
Right? I mean, this dude is
but-
just killing me with some great
I
music.
know. I'm sorry, but I could not go there with the Huey Lewis news. But definitely Eddie and the Cruisers. After that, like Larry, you've been naming some really good shit.
The Traveling Wilburys,
Traveling
yes.
Wilburys.
That's a star-studded group right there.
Yeah, they got actually requested twice in the last live I did. I did because I guess a couple of them have died.
Yeah,
I mean, they were pretty old when they started, so
true.
yeah. But James said all this talk about good music and I want to listen to some. Dude, 3:00, okay? The live starts at 3. You'll be okay.
Oh shit. Oh, you only got an hour. Hey, if you need
Ah,
to take
nah.
off, just let me know and we'll end it.
I'm good.
I
Don't worry about
appreciate your time though, for real. This has been a great conversation.
it. Don't worry about it. I'm not they're I'm good. I'd be sitting there on the couch with my dog watching some mindless something. I don't even know. Can
Star Trek.
he go? I don't even. Actually, I keep it pretty much on Crime 360 and watch murder shows, like live
Murder
shows.
porn. Okay, yeah, my sister
That's
loves
me.
that. I swear to
I
God,
think-
if she ends up trying to kill somebody, she gonna get away with it, dog. I'm telling you.
I think it makes Tom a little uneasy that I constantly have the television on live crime.
He's just all, I'm gonna lock the door.
Well, he said to me the other day, he's like, you know, when I was helping you change your sheets the other night, I'm like, yeah. He's like, I noticed the big buck knife under your pillow.
Hey, a girl gotta stay safe. That's
I'm
facts.
like, well, I also have a gun safe that's like 3 feet from my bed, but like,
Yeah.
I was in law enforcement for 22 years, so I do own like a firearm, but I like never take it out unless I go to the range. But I also
That's like me too.
like, what else am I gonna do with it? You know, like
Right.
I'm a fucking liberal, you guys. I'm not. I don't have like a friggin', you know, I don't know. I'm not getting into that. This is not my channel. I'm not getting into this, but this
Hey.
like these are the kind of conversations that I would have on my podcast with people. You know,
Hey, they're legitimate
I'm a-
conversations, actually.
yeah, I'm a gun owner, but I'm also a liberal. Let's have this conversation. You know, it's
Yeah.
like there are things to have conversations about, and
Absolutely.
so there you go. True crime, hell yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
All the
Even my
time.
neighbor's never seen my gun. He's like, I know you have one.
Right?
He's like, so when he comes over, he'll like take off. He's like, I'll be right back. He'll come back. He'll knock on the door. He's like, it's just me. I'm like, I ain't gonna shoot you, bro.
What?
Like,
Exactly.
I know
like,
you're coming back. Like,
fuck. Yeah, and actually, I tell people the statistics actually are that if you try to defend yourself with your weapon from like a bump in the night or when someone's breaking into your home, if you have a home intruder and you try to defend yourself with your weapon, the statistics actually show that 9 times out of 10 the homeowner is going to end up dead, not the burglar.
and I usually
You
go
know-
for my sword first, not my gun.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
why I have a buck knife under my pillow.
Yeah, exactly.
Women, you always, if you want to protect yourself from an intruder coming in and trying to rape you, always keep a knife near your headboard. That's the best way to protect yourself. And that just went really dark really quick, but just to let you know.
Hey, that's life skills, man. Like the
Exactly.
the last thing I did before my daughter left this house is I handed her a lock blade, and I'm like,
Yep.
you carry this, you put this in the car, you'd never be without this.
I have
you know.
always carried a knife my entire life. I always had either a boot knife or some type of Leatherman or some type of fixed blade. Always, my entire life, always carried a knife.
Yeah,
That's something women should always know. Always carry something, even if it just is a small one that goes on your keychain.
yeah.
You
And hope
always
to
carry.
God you never have to use it for real.
Exactly.
For real.
Exactly.
Just
exactly.
like a firearm. I hope to God I never have to use that, you know. But it's a just
Larry
in case
says-
type thing.
Larry says him and his wife are about to go to about to frequent the shooting range.
Hey, that's what's up. See, ammo's so damn expensive right now. I can't even afford to go shoot, anything off, man. Turn your ass into sushi. Hey, facts. I always thought about, like, if somebody broke into my shit and they got like a flashlight, you know how they have the flashlight out front, and I'll be hiding around the corner. I just cut their fucking hand off, and that shit'll fall on the ground. You know how fast the motherfucker would have shit themselves?
Yeah, you just better hope it's not someone you know that's just like coming in to check on something.
Well, I do live
there.
alone, so ain't nobody supposed to be in here but me. I'll chop fucking hand off. I don't give a shit.
See, that's the thing, stuff. Like, people in Europe and stuff, they're like, we don't fuck with guns. Like, there's no guns allowed over here. So they don't get America. Like, and that's what I loved about living in Europe is like I loved not having to worry about the gun violence over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the gun violence over here is real, and it's stupid. It is stupid the way, and it's gotten even more stupid.
Yeah.
In the last 20 years, and it's just unbelievable.
Because back in the old West, everybody had a gun, right? So not a lot of people were fucking around. Every once in a while, somebody steal a horse, end up dead, type shit, a bar fight, high noon type shit. But for the most part, people were like, howdy, like, I ain't fucking with, because everybody had a gun. They knew it.
Yeah, but that, and what people don't understand is that's what our country was kind of founded on. That's why people still have guns.
Yeah.
But, countries, humans are supposed to like grow and evolve type shit.
Right.
And our country never evolved from that, and we should have,
Well, I can see the pros and cons in it, absolutely. Because freedom has definitely some downturns. Like, there are prices to pay to have, absolute freedom. But I think as long as, like in California, okay, we got crazy gun laws in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I go out in the city and I, partake in the environment, and I never have a problem with anyone. It's always pleasant,
Right.
And no one carries a gun around on their hip.
But I don't think California is really and I don't think the Northeast where I live, or New England where I'm from, we're not worried. People aren't carrying guns.
Yeah.
People aren't carrying guns in Boston.
Right.
And I was born in Boston. And my family lives mostly in New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts.
Okay.
And you're not seeing people carrying guns around.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
I think the places where we see people carrying guns around and where most of the gun violence is happening is actually in the states where they're fighting to keep their guns, which makes no fucking sense to me.
There are problems in those states as well, but there's also problems like in Chicago and Baltimore. They have real high gun violence in those states.
I think there's all kinds of violence in those states. I mean, even Washington D.C. is horrible when it comes to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I never take my gun out the house unless I'm going to the shooting range. It never leaves a space unless I'm cleaning it. You know what I'm saying? It never leaves its lockbox ever.
No, mine doesn't either.
Yeah, and there's no reason to go out and show it to your friends and ride around with it in your car. Like I said, I keep a knife in my car. If I need to, I'll stab you in the fucking neck. I ain't worried about it. I don't want to do it, but I'll fucking do it. If it's me or you, it's always you.
Well, that's just it. I mean, because I was in civilian law enforcement before I went into the military, and went into military law enforcement, but in on the federal level for a while. But like, I am kind of like a weapon all by myself. Like, I know. So
you've been militarily trained.
I can defend myself without a weapon.
Yeah.
And then put any weapon in my hand, I can defend myself. And then put a gun in my hand. Okay. But that's if you're far away and you're not right up and close to me. If you know what I'm saying? It's like, you're supposed to. They're there to defend you. It's like I just said, defend myself 3 different times. Like
Right.
I'm not out there on the offense. You know,
Right. Right.
I have been there on the offense. You know, that's what I would. That's what my job was.
Right.
But every single time, like I'm there to defend myself, and even using a weapon, it's to defend yourself. People shouldn't be out there with military grade weapons walking the streets. Yet you see people in some states where it's legal just walking down the fucking middle of the street.
Yeah, you got your AR
When
strapped on your chest.
I know, and I'm
Yeah.
like, what? Tell me what deer in America needs a friggin' military grade rifle, semi-automatic, to take it down.
Well,
I know my dad has gotten a deer every single year that I've ever known with a bow. A fucking bow.
yeah.
So if you can do it with a bow, what the hell do you need a freaking fucking automatic rifle for? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Your brother must not know that I have these.
Hey.
Have you ever seen my dog Baba? Baba!
Yeah, I'm a big Second Amendment advocate. I think if
I just
if we,
believe in gun reform. I think
just-
the laws need to be reformed.
I think
say
if you
that-
do have a firearm, you definitely need to be responsible with it,
Yeah.
tested on it, and make sure you're not just out there waving it around. I mean, if you're out there waving around a gun, there's going to be somebody else going, "Hey, he's waving around a gun. I need to grab my gun," and it kind of compiles itself.
Oh, you have open carry in Ohio? I was talking about Texas, but yeah, Texas is a scary. Like, you could have a grandma walking down the street in Texas with a friggin'
Facts. Don't go around thinking you're
Frickin'
going to be in
AR-15.
Texas going to rob something because 4 people are going to pull on you.
Yeah, Texas is a scary state, man. Where's your brother? Where's Mama?
These 12,
Usually-
yeah, yo, Larry, he said these 2022 deers be gangsta. Yo,
No, see, I'm not even getting on my soapbox because you guys are being too funny about this shit.
that's hilarious.
But that's funny. I need only something big enough for rodents. There you go.
There you go. I also got
That's
my
why I got a
slingshot.
beagle.
My
That's why I
hunting
got a-
slingshot. Oh, sorry.
I got
go
a
ahead.
beagle. I got a beagle. That's all I need for rodents.
Hey, that's
Come on,
what's
baby.
up.
Mama,
Open carry in Florida. Nice.
see,
Yeah,
man, it's like you go south of the Mason-Dixon line, man, and all you guys want to do is shoot shit, carry big guns, and fucking, I don't even know what it is. Fucking guns down there, man. Is it the heat? Does the heat fucking get to you and you just want to fucking shoot something? I don't get it.
yeah.
That's what it is up here. It's too fucking cold up here. We don't want to go outside.
Right?
And we don't want to shoot shit in our house. So that's why.
Yeah.
You guys, if you guys really want to know, that's why.
I don't
It's
want to
too
shoot
cold,
anything
man.
except a target.
I don't either.
You
I
know,
don't either.
I've never had the
Alligators.
yo. You got to shoot an alligator. Facts.
I love Swamp People, man. I love that TV show. Swamp People. Have you ever watched that show?
I have. I like watching them noodle. They go. They just stick their hand in the swamp and grab a fucking catfish. So I'm like, holy shit.
I just like the people, like the way, like their personalities, like the way they talk.
Yes.
That shit is funny as hell. I love Swamp People, man, because they don't care. Like, I'm sorry, I am not gonna stick my hand in a water with a fucking gator that's friggin' 12 feet long and weighs 500, 800 pounds,
Yeah.
and teeth that are about to take off my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not reaching down there just so you can get a good shot to fire at it. The one shot that will kill it right between the eyes.
Right.
That's fucking crazy. That's craziness.
Boomhauer.
Guns increase a man's ego. Well, in most cases, anyway. Die.
A big truck can do that too.
From King. Shit is real in Florida. The gators will get you I heard
I've
that.
seen that. I've seen videos of that, dude.
I heard they were getting like the population, because normally you can only get like so many tags a year,
Oh, okay, yeah.
but the population had gotten so out of control that they had actually put out like bounties on the males,
Mm,
and that you were able to take out extra tags on males. This was a couple of years ago or last year, something like
okay.
that. Because the bulls, I think, like something like each bull can impregnate so many females, but each female can hatch like 30 something fucking, each nest is like 30 some odd alligators.
Wow.
And if you don't get to like a nesting spot, that's like God knows how many friggin' like 600 more alligators just in one nesting spot. So it was actually going
Yeah.
on all these people who actually live in the swamp. And like the only way to get to their house is by boat.
Yeah.
Like the
I,
alligators were going up on their friggin' porches and shit and could eat their kids. And I don't know.
that's crazy.
I'm not living in Louisiana and letting that shit happen to me.
No, ma'am. I grew up in the South. I know how to hunt. I know how to fish. I know how to live off the land. But Louisiana different. That shit different. I could kill snakes. You know, I don't like snakes. I'll shoot a snake. You know, I'll chop a motherfucking snake in half. I don't give a shit. But I am not fucking with alligator, man. That's competition right there.
B Man says, I'll take a little truck and a paintball gun and puff up like a blowfish.
Hey, that's what's up, bro. He said, I get the littlest truck and a fucking paintball gun. Be like, what, bitch?
What, bitch? Come on. That's funny. You know, oh my goodness.
Hey, y'all have been amazing in the chat today, too, man. I appreciate everybody who's come by to hang out. I really enjoy when, you know, whoever I'm interviewing, their crew comes by and shows love. I'm really big into showing respect, you know, so I appreciate everyone out there, man.
Yeah,
It's
and I
fucking
really
great.
hope you guys like hit that friggin' subscribe button on the way out and
Appreciate you.
show him some love, because this, like, I was so nervous coming into this, and he was like, you need to just like chill out and it's just gonna be a conversation, and you know, and that's totally what it is. And you know, you guys have been like, I asked you guys to like come on over here and support me for this, and you guys showed up in spades, and I
Facts.
love you guys for that. And this man has been just phenomenal. Like, he is now part of my crew. I love him so much. Like, he's been like a brother. And so, yes, me nervous. Why are you laughing? I get nervous. Don't. I get nervous. See, this is just it. You guys don't think I get nervous about shit. You guys just think I'm some crazy bitch that gets on here and rants about shit and plays music for you. And that's not the case. Like, I genuinely get nervous. It's the truth. Like, y'all don't know me like that.
Hey,
They're going to be like, yes, we do. We know you.
we've been hanging with you long enough. We know.
We know y'all.
Infamous
But-
Ty over there in Inception, he said we're reacting to a reactor interviewing a reactor. The inception of reactions.
That's, yeah, don't make me think about that. That's a little weird, reacting to a reactor. That's kind of like, I did a reaction once to church, doing a reaction to this kid who was a reactor, a very bad one, reacting. Okay, wait a minute. I did a reaction to church, reacting to this kid, reacting to church, reacting to him, doing a reaction to him. Oh my God. It was
Love it.
okay. At any rate, if you find that on my channel under, I have a bunch of Churchill reactions, and it's under, not under his music ones, but there's ones that are called Churchill reactions. I mean Churchill Dialogues.
Okay.
If you find that one, it's reaction of reaction of reaction of reaction. It's the funniest fucking thing you will ever see in your life. Oh my God.
Church
But
really cracks me up. That dude is genuinely funny as fuck.
he is. And so what I used to do is like he has this habit of like 3 o'clock in the morning being stoned out of his fucking mind. And that's when he starts to you always know when he's at his like peak of like roastness is because he craves chocolate milk. So if he starts craving chocolate milk, you know he's fucking, and he starts videotaping himself, and he'll be talking about all kinds of crazy shit, or he just goes off on these tangents. So every morning I would wake up and there'd be like this new like gem of a church video. And so I would grab my cup of coffee and I'd sit down, and my very first reaction would be a reaction to his video of 3 a.m. And it would be like me having a conversation with him back, like he was talking to me talking to him, because he's totally whatever. And they're hysterical. And they're these discussion videos I have on my channel now under the discussion ones. And it's exactly like me having a discussion with a totally fucking blasted out church. And they're really funny. They are really funny. But then I stopped doing them because what happened was that's when he got into that whole fucking mess with that Katie Noel bitch. And he stopped doing the 3 a.m. videos because he was so bitter over everything that had happened. That
was
kind of
tough too, man.
Yeah, it was really tough to watch, and he got kind of down and mean for a little while, and I was just kind of like, I got to back away from him for a little bit because it was throwing off my vibe and my joy.
Right.
And I was just kind of like, and now he's just started to come back, and actually he popped into one of my chats, one of my lives the other day.
Oh, that's dope.
And I was like, hey, dude, what's up? And I genuinely wanted him to stay and have fun with us, but everybody in my chat started fanboying over him.
Right.
And then he left, and I was like, guys, you need to chill out when people show up. Like,
he's like a super humble dude too. Like,
he is, man.
You know, he's come through the chat, not on my lives, but you know, my recorded reactions, and he come by and show love, sub to the channel, and dude's just super humble, man. You got to respect what he's doing, and he can sing, he can rap, he can rock. Like,
actually, my favorite music of his is my favorite music of his is when he does alternative rock.
Yeah.
But I like everything he does. And actually, the way that he and I started talking to each other was another conversation that could have been controversial, but it was basically, I don't get it. Like, tell a Yankee bitch from Boston what is so important about the Confederate flag that it doesn't mean the same to us up here as it apparently does to you guys down there. So just educate me, because I just don't have, to us, we just look at it and we're like, it's a Confederate flag. And he said, well, first of all, it's the rebel flag. Okay. So you call it something different. There's the first difference right there. We call it something different.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm just going to tell you that to us, it's just like, it has a negative connotation to those of us who look at it as just a symbol of the Civil War and slavery.
Right.
But beyond that, it's not something we think about every day.
Right.
We don't think about it. The only thing that we're taught about it is in civics class in fucking junior high. Beyond that, we're not.
Thank you for coming through. I appreciate your time.
Leaving?
You take care
Bye,
of yourself.
Sup?
And James, man, I appreciate those kinds words, man. That's fucking love, bro. For real.
Oh, Lake was loose back when he walked out of Starbucks with a coffee and saw another Starbucks across the street and said, I could really use a cup of coffee.
Right.
James is my dude, man. James is the one that always comes in first. And he's just there, man. He's my, I don't know. Like, if I needed a prom date in high school, James, and I couldn't get a prom date, James would be the dude that would be like, you want to go to the prom? Like, James is my, the steady dude that's always there.
Hey, that's
that
what's
friend,
up. Facts. Hey, that's good shit, man. I like I said, man, the support and the love that was shown to you in this live right here is undeniable. That's facts.
And you're right, James. Yellow Wolf is doper.
Yellow Wolf is dope. That ain't no lie.
That's one thing that James and I will always agree on is that Yellow Wolf is a dope motherfucker. He is.
Facts. Yeah, I like his style too, man. He really goes
He's
hard, and he like, you could tell, like, if we're in a beef with him, you don't want to be in that beef, you know. But he's also very country at the same time, so that shit fire.
he's just slick, man. He's got that. What is it that I love about Yella? Like, it's his swag, I think. You know, like he's I love his unconventional flow that he always has. You know, and the fact that I think the thing that I see in him, like they always say, like things that you admire about other people or the things that you hate about other people are generally things that you see in yourself.
Yeah.
And so I think the thing in Yellow Wolf that I see that I admire about him is that he honestly and truly just 100% wants to be himself and fuck everybody else for it. And so, you know, I admire that about him. And he has done that to a point to his own detriment. And I am very much that way. Like I have sometimes, you know, they say, well, you take the road less traveled. Fuck, sometimes I've just taken out the damn machete and fucking, I'm like, road less traveled, bitch. No, I'll just tack the fucking way down the middle of these two paths, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it's like my mom and I have never seen really eye to eye, but she's like, why do you always have to make things hard on yourself? Why can't you just for once do something like, you know, this way? Why do you always have to, you know, make it harder? And it's like, maybe it's because I want to do it not necessarily my way, but maybe I want to learn something along the way, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
you know?
it's always a learning experience, right?
Yeah.
Like I know for a fact that, you know, when I was growing up, mom's always like, hey, you need to do this. Like, I do it, you know, the way I need to do it. I fucked up along the way a lot, but you learn from all those losses, you know.
I'm sorry. Price said Yellow was his father, and it just kind of threw me off for a second. Ty, you said Best Friend is your favorite song from Yella, and that's actually an Eminem song. It's not. It's Yella's song, but literally all Yella sings in that song is the hook. I mean, really, if you think about it. He says he sings the hook and he threatens to really like do people in who like, you know, but it's really Eminem's song because it's the best Eminem verse ever is on that song, but it really isn't an Eminem song.
Yo, he said, what the fuck is racism?
Or racism. Racism. What is racism?
That's that South shit.
I don't know. You'll have to tell me. You're in New York where I am. Ask Haru. He's the one in Arkansas. Ask him what the hell it is.
Hey, my dad lives in Arkansas. I think they're like less than an hour away from each other, my dad and Haru.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I was like, all the time.
Is it Haru? I call him Haru.
I think it's Haru. I'm pretty sure. I got the pleasure of interviewing him.
Of speaking to him?
Yeah, we interviewed, okay. And
I talk to him all the time on the podcast. He's never once corrected me.
I get weird when it's people's names, like Larry. You know, it looks like Belly Fate, right? But
But it's Belafat.
but it's like Belafonte, but
Oh,
it's
Belafonte.
Bellyfonte, but you don't have the N in there.
I'm like, there's no N in that whatsoever.
Right. So I'm always like real touchy, like I
It's
don't want to
supposed
fuck your
to
name up,
be-
you know?
It's supposed to be two Z's. Two Z's.
Nah, man, I'd be
Aren't-
getting flagged for saying shit, so I gotta respell it. Oh,
It was supposed to be two Z's. What was supposed to be two Z's?
oh, the
And it's Hey
Sizzle.
Roo. Oh,
Hey
Hey
Roo.
Roo. Hey Roo.
Hey Roo.
And I call him, what do I call him? I call him Hey Roo, right? Yeah. Hey Roo? No. Yeah. Hey Roo. You're the one that said it fucked up, not me.
He said,
Now I'm all confused after all this back and forth. But
it's not
I
famous, Ty.
was like, did he not correct me because I told him he looked like my baby's daddy. Like my baby.
Yo, Carol, you're good. We appreciate your time for real. Much love to you.
Okay, Carol. I'm trying to multiply myself and be in multiple places. Well, don't try to multiply yourself. I don't know if the world could take too many of you. All right, sweetheart.
That'd be
talk to
getting
you
shit
later
done.
That
Yo,
means
much
she's
love,
trying-
Prize. You take care of yourself, man. Be good, dog. Thank you for coming through, man.
Oh, you've been seeing people call him Hero. Oh, no.
Yeah,
No,
what did
no.
I call him? I think
It's
maybe I call him
It's French for
Hero.
chubby.
I can't
Oh,
remember. It's French
okay.
for
He
chubby.
says belly. It's but it's belly fat
Fate.
fate.
Oh, okay. See, I even
Fate.
still getting it wrong. See, my bad, dude.
It's fate.
It's French
Belly.
for chubby.
Belly fate.
I love it.
I didn't even see the spelling he did on the bottom. Usually if that thing is over the E, it's an A sound. Belly fate.
That
I
makes
mean,
sense.
Larry Fate. Okay. I could see where you would get Fonte out of that. Like belly. Like, yeah, gotcha. And they're not wrong because the word hero comes from the word Heru. Hero. Hero. Wait a minute. Hero. Did
Hey,
I just say it wrong?
Hey, Roo.
Heru.
Yeah.
So he usually won't correct you if you call him hero.
Facts.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
he is a hero.
I don't know. I'm all screwed up now.
Kahuna's in the house. What's going
Hey.
on, brother?
Missed most of the interview, passing by, showing love. Melrose. Yeah, that's because I told him, aren't you coming by for this? You're the one that set it up. And he's like, I got a bowl on Saturdays.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
So I appreciate you stopping by. How's your bowling going?
Yeah.
I used to bowl.
I used to bowl too, man. I used to love it.
Yeah, I can't anymore because my back's all fucked up. But yeah, I used to
Oh.
bowl. I used to have my own bowling ball and everything.
Hey. I used to wear the wrist brace with the metal bar in it. To keep
Yeah,
my shit
me
straight.
too, man. I was like all the way with that shit. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Fate. It's belly fate. If you just
Larry
took the
Belly
belly
Fate.
out, if you just took the belly out, it would sound so much better. Larry Fate. But then it would just be belly. Then it would just be Larry Fat. And then it wouldn't make any sense.
That's like some caveman shit. Ha ha, Larry Fat. Yeah. Sauce sack juggalo. Fat. Be trying to make a fire to eat this saber tooth motherfucker, you know?
That Carol says actually fat in French is gross. Maybe that's just your Canadian French, woman.
Hey.
Hey, woman. Carol will be butting in with her Canadian French. Next, okay, let's hear what the friggin' Creole French for fat is. We now have the French.
I think
That
it's
explains
called
a lot about you, Carol.
gumbo.
It's gumbo.
Because I love that shit. Belafonte is the origin. Oh, okay.
And it's Juggalo. A lot of people call him Gigolo. I knew it was Juggalo, but I'm going to be honest. The only reason why I knew it was Juggalo is because I cannot fucking stand the Insane Clown Posse. So when I looked at your name, I was like, okay,
I don't know if I want to do
Melrose,
this.
Melrose, do not at all mention the Insane Clown Posse when you're on this program. And if it comes up, change the subject.
Hey, it's
Just
not a
change
problem.
the subject,
It's
man.
not for everyone, that's for sure. But the one thing that is beautiful about the Juggalo community, it's kind of like these, the SGR crew, your crew over there, JL crew. They're just great, welcoming people. You
No, but
know.
this is how good I am about it. Like my oldest son,
Mm.
all my children, I just had this conversation with Ty and Hiru, is that like I have a lot of tattoos. And both of them were like, you have tattoos? I don't see any tattoos. And I'm like, I actually have a lot of tattoos. But being in the army,
Mm.
you have to hide. Like you can't see any tattoos when you're in your uniform. So most of when I'm dressed, like you can't. Really the only one people can see is if I have a shoulder that goes down low enough, you can see
Oh, nice,
part of this one because I have a sleeve, right? But
nice.
generally you can't see, especially in the winter because I'm covered up.
Yeah.
But all of my children, at least my three oldest, all tattoos, all have tattoos. Several now, but they all knew that they wanted tattoos. And in any state around me, when you have to wait till you're 18, but once you're 18, you're legal to get a tattoo.
Yeah.
So I was like, fine, when you're 18, I will take you to get your first two. That will be your birthday present from me.
Hey.
Now, my two boys, my ex-husband couldn't say shit about it. Like, they're my children. But my stepdaughter, he was pissed. And I was like, too bad. Like, she's going to a reputable, she's going to get it anyway. She's going to be 18. She's going to get it anyway. She's going to my tattoo artist. It's a sanitary place. It's a guy who does good work. And, if she's going to get it done anyway, too bad. Well, my son, my oldest son, for his 21st birthday, that he's already got several now. I did his one for his 18th and he's gotten several more, but for his 21st birthday, decided that he wanted a friggin' juggalo tattoo like on his back between his shoulder blades. The thing was fucking humongous.
Nice.
That's what he wanted. Now, like he and I share a love of hip hop together. Like that's the one thing that we've always shared. But not Insane Clown Posse at all. So we're sitting there and we're in the tattoo parlor and I'm actually getting like one of mine, like getting the color. I'm getting one of mine touched up. And he's like, I'm like, okay, have you decided what you want? And he's like, yeah, I want this. And I'm like, no, I mean, have you really decided what you want? And he's like, yeah, Ma, I want this. And I'm like, really? Like, dude, in 5 years, you're really gonna regret the fact that that's what you want on your fucking back right now. And he's like, no, this is real. Even if in 5 years I hate the Insane Clown Posse, I'm not gonna regret this tattoo because they're all milestones. You've taught me that. And I'm like, oh, man. And he's so right because that's what I've taught my children. Like, these expressing yourself is never wrong,
Right.
So that's what I bought my oldest son for his 21st birthday was his Insane Clown Posse tattoo that is between his shoulder blades, which is better than my youngest son who got his last name on his. And I was like, that's I've always told my kids that, but I told him especially, I'm like, that's the stupidest fucking tattoo I've ever seen. And he's like, what? I'm like, what's that? So when you get drunk and pass out in a snowbank, someone can fucking identify you? Why would you put your last name on your fucking body, tattooed on your body? Like, you don't know what your last name is? That's the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen.
Unless you end up a corpse with no ID.
Exactly. That's what I don't understand. And I've always told my children that. Don't ever put names on you. Unless it's, well, okay.
Children's
now,
names, yeah.
I say that, and then I'm going to do this. Like this right here. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it?
Oh, okay.
Kind of. Those are my grandchildren. Like,
oh, see, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Like, I'll put my grandchildren's names on me, but I'm not going to put like men. Don't ever put men, women, wives, husbands, or your own fucking name. Why would you put I'm sorry, second rant. Why would you put your own fucking name on you? It's like, that's the most retarded thing in the world. And so And he was like, oh, I didn't think of that. I'm like, apparently not. Like, it's your last name, dude. It's never changing. You're not a female. Your last name's never going to change. It's always going to be the same. And now you have giant letters of it tattooed across your shoulder blades. You fucking idiot.
I can feel you on that. Absolutely.
But
I do have my Juggalo tattoo on my leg.
see,
The Hatchet Man. You know, I don't have too many. I think I got like 4 tattoos. But I'm always like, I usually get them from people who are, okay, so the first 2 tattoos I got on my arms was a dude who got out of San Quentin, and he was practicing like with a professional needle gun, or machine, I should say, instead of using like a prison tat gun. And
sorry.
they came out pretty good. He was a good artist, you know.
No, that's such a great story. I love great tattoo stories.
But the dude was crazy, man. Like the dude was insane, man. Like he literally went to prison. Okay, so he was like in
I was
going to
ask you, what did he go to prison for?
He was in a strip mall, and he came around a corner, and a security guard, they bumped shoulders, right? And the security guard said, "Watch where you're going, punk," right? And so this dude took it the literal prison term, punk, beat the dog shit out of him, pulled his pants down, and got in his anus right there in the strip mall. And he was in prison for like he like made this dude handicapped, you know, and he was in prison for like, I don't know, almost 20 years, right?
And you let this dude tattoo you with a tattoo gun that he had never used before. Like he
Right.
was used to. Okay, yeah.
I was
Totally
like
makes sense. Like
17, 18 years old, you know. And it was my friend's friend, so
you
I
didn't
trusted
like,
my friend. No,
You're
but I
fucking
had.
crazy. That's totally fucking crazy.
I'm telling you, I lived a pretty crazy life when I was younger.
On my first tattoo, I actually gave myself. I had taken like a pencil and a sewing needle and a bunch of thread. I took the needle, put it in the eraser, and then I just took thread and fucking just put it around it.
Yeah.
Some India ink, and I came out with this beautiful butterfly I've got on my wrist right here.
Oh, nice.
Which actually looks like a pretty butterfly.
You do that yourself?
Yeah.
That's freaking
When I was
dope.
when I was 15.
Man, and it stuck well.
Yeah, I'm actually an artist. I paint.
Oh,
Like
right on.
that's my thing. Yeah. So, yeah. So that was my first tattoo, and I don't know, kept getting them from there. But I don't have any prison stories when it comes to tattoos.
I've never been to prison. I have been to jail, but I was never booked, so I was technically never in jail. You know what I'm saying? Because they couldn't hold me. Because they thought I was doing some illegal shit, but I wasn't. I used to be a traveling salesman, and they thought we had a bunch of stolen shit. And, of course, we didn't have stolen shit.
What are they talking about? This is why when Mel comes on our podcast, it's going to be called Random Rants with Rose.
Hey.
Well, I'm not Rose, though. It would have been Mel, but Rose sounds better. But what am I going to call my podcast? That's the problem. Like, I want my podcast where, like, I can have my random rants. And I thought I had, like, manic something with Mel. Manic. There's nothing like, there's no, like, mentionables. Manic mentionables. No, there's like no type of verbiage or words or wordplay or any type of discussions that can start with M. We'll help you come up with a name. Thank you, Ty.
Hey, that's what's up.
Yeah,
and I do think women having lots of tattoos, like D says, hip down in the middle of thigh. That's just so sexy. A full sleeve on a chick, super sexy. Like, I can't think of anything more sexy on a woman than tattoos. That's fucking fire.
Well, that's nice of you to say, because they totally turned off my ex-husband.
Really?
My piercings and my tattoos. Yeah, it's funny because he asked me out for a date. I was in uniform, and like we had gone out on like 3 or 4 dates or more before he ever saw me without my clothes on. So when he saw me without my clothes on, he was kind of like, Um, and I was hot back then
I
too.
would have
Like
been. I would be like,
I
all right,
had lot.
we're gonna get to the sex part, but I just need to look at you for a minute. Like,
I
you
was
know,
like, no, and I was really hot back then too. Like I, I was, and like but he was like, I, he had kind of, he was and clinically, I can say this now because I'm a licensed therapist. He was a sociopath.
oh shit,
Like he totally snowed me. Like the guy that convinced me to marry him is not the person that I was married to for 10 years. Like
that's wild.
the last 4 years of my marriage were complete hell. But so like I ended up marrying a complete like if there's anything righter as far right as around the world fucking conservative, homophobic, racist, like every all the is throw him onto that. And
Ah,
like he was just but like so I he was just he didn't know what to say to me. Like I was just like and all of a sudden here was this chick that had all of these tattoos and piercings and he once said to me like, you know, if I if I could get married again, my perfect wife would be completely subservient to everything I said to her. And I was like,
what?
I'm like, you know what? You fucking knew who I was when you married me.
First off, it's a partnership. You're entering into a partnership.
Yeah.
It
He
isn't a
also
one-way road with this shit. This, yo, I'm so
no, he
glad you're
said this to
past
me
that.
after we were married for like 8 years when he said that. He also told me once, you know what? Can you just shut the fuck up because your voice is irritating the fuck out of me right now.
What?
And I was like, dude, like he was not a nice person. He was just was not a nice
That
person.
sounds like a very mean person, actually. Like, that is
But that's
to
the
your wife? Come on, man.
yeah, but when I got divorced, my entire family took his side and completely
What?
stopped speaking to me. And to this day, he still flies and he got remarried this past March. And to this day, he still flies to where they live and has Christmas and everything, the holidays with them every year.
Wow.
And they still have nothing to do with me because he has them bought into who they think he is.
Mm. That's tough because, yeah, you see the real him, they see the fake him.
Yeah.
You
They're
know, that's
very
fucked up.
my sister finally this past well, when COVID came around, my sister was like, because I it's just me and her, like there's no other siblings, and she's just like, um, and it had been almost 10 years, and my sister was like, I if one or both of us died tomorrow, like I would never forgive myself if we weren't, talking to each other. So
Facts.
my sister called me finally, and like her and I have been back in touch since the whole COVID thing. But
Mm.
yeah, like no one else. And it's like really crazy. And like I talk to her now about him, and she's like, I totally see it now. She's like, I just can't believe like all these years. It's been crazy.
I
Oh, you
love you,
gotta go,
Didi.
D. Okay, sweetie. I'm loving this combo and can relate. Yeah, yeah. Bye, sweetie. I'll see you later.
Yeah, you be careful going back home, too. We know it's nasty out there.
Yeah, it is. And guys, if we don't make it on the live today, I'll be there tomorrow. You guys know that. They're not picky about this shit. They know how I am.
Hey, it's all love all day for real. Uh, some days it's like, holy shit, I gotta get on this live, and uh, you'll miss it, or you'll be like, I got a fucking headache, or something.
No.
Myself, I feel like so bad that I can't do it. So I hit up the IG, I hit up the
Yeah.
Twitter and the community tab, letting everybody know what's going on, and I just feel so bad about having to like not be able to show up.
Well, they weren't even expecting a live today because they knew the interview was happening. So they weren't if I did a live today, it was going to be a bonus.
There you
We do
go.
usually have Saturday lives, but they knew because there's only so long that I can sit for a while. And because beyond the cancer, I'm also a type 1 diabetic. So they know like every so
Okay.
often I gotta eat, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. So they're trust me, they're the most like And generally, like if I miss a Saturday night live, I'll do a Saturday day live. I'll do a Sunday night live, or they'll get a night live out of me, and they like those so much better
Hey, that's what's up.
because things get crazy at night.
Facts. Facts.
They
We were
did.
up till 2 o'clock this morning rocking out. And I know it's probably 5 o'clock on the East Coast for most people. And it's like, stick it. We went 7 hours last night, you
Yeah,
know.
I do
And
that. That's why they like night lives because
yeah,
I don't put a timer on it.
right.
I just sit there and play music. And so, I think our last nighttime live, I was up until 2 o'clock in the morning. We were up till 2 in the morning just doing friggin' music. Because to
Yeah.
me, it's just being up with friends, listening to music, you know?
Facts. Facts. And
And
we
I'm
didn't
like,
even get through all the songs last night. I was like, "Hey, I gotta be ready to go at like 7:30 in the morning because I got this interview tomorrow at 9 a.m., which is crazy. I don't know why I scheduled it for that, but whatever." I said, "I gotta go to bed. We'll
is there a
finish this up
3
tomorrow
hour
night."
difference? Because there's a 3 hour difference. Normally, I start my shit like I ask them, like, I get up between 3 and 4 every morning.
Mm,
So, like, you're like, yeah, I'm in California. And I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, oh, how late in the day do I want to do this? Because normally, like, by like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, I'm like, I'm done. I'm
yeah.
like I'm ready to just chill,
It's
you
dinner
know?
time, and I want to sit down. Like I swear, I'm a 90-year-old man. Like if I want to eat at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, and just chill for the rest of the day.
That's the way I am. Like, who forgot about you yesterday? Who's he calling Roadrunner? Is
Oh,
that you?
D, Dee.
Oh, D.
Cause she be calling him nostrils, and
Oh,
he's like fight me, and then she took off, so he started calling her Roadrunner. That shit's hilarious.
oh my God.
That's too funny. I love the
They
way
were
they
because
play
they were doing
around.
that. They were doing that in my stream too, and I was like,
Oh,
"Who the fuck's the Roadrunner?" I didn't understand what they were talking about. Now
that's
I know.
hilarious.
Look out for the painted scenery. Oh my God. Hey, by the way, be mad. Fucking Hatter never sent me my gift, so you need to tell him that he needs to send it to. Be mad made me a present and then sent it to Hatter's house of
Oh,
all
really?
places. Why he didn't send it to my house, I don't know. But now Hatter has my present and has had it. So,
Is
hey,
Apocalypse.
what's up, dude?
Always nice to see you, my brother. I hope your day is doing well. Hey, big shout out to Iz and his son, man, being able to reconnect, man. That's fucking love, bro.
It is.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
is. It's a beautiful thing. Definitely a beautiful thing.
He said, I thought y'all was going to meet.
Who?
Shout out to
We
Hatter, by the
were.
way.
Oh, we were. Except that he can't agree on a day with us. Like,
Ah,
we're like, because we're only like a couple hours apart,
oh, okay.
Hatter and I. So I have all this equipment to give to Hatter, to include a new computer, which I've been trying to give to him forever.
Oh,
A new Yeti, a new computer, everything, because his shit keeps going up.
yeah.
But he won't agree on a day to meet, so I can hand the shit over to him. And I was gonna get my present then, but we're talking now. Like, I've been trying to meet up with him since like 6 months prior to Tom moving here, and now it's been like Tom's been living here since when? This summer. So I have no idea.
It took me probably 2 years or so to get Saints on for an interview, and we finally found the day, you know, and that was last Thursday, and it was amazing. It was
Was
worth the
it?
wait. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I try to. I'm a planner. Like, I like to have things
Cite 'em.
planned out and done. Oh, where is he? Ah, what's up, Cy?
I don't know why
Mythic.
you're.
That's mythic spelled backwards, by the way.
I know. You know the thing is, I
No,
didn't
that's what
realize
I.
it until they
That's
told
what
me
I
it.
call him. No, that's what I call him, because I can never pronounce his name. So he's in the tournament as well, by the way.
Oh,
So I call
nice.
him. Well, he was in the last one too. He came in second.
Oh shit.
Is won the last one.
Hey,
Cy came in second, and now Cy's in the next one. So I expect great things from him.
yes, yes.
But
Hey,
I can never pronounce his name, so I always call him Mythic. Mythic spelled backwards.
I never got it because I knew him as Mythic, when I first met him. And he's
Uh,
like, I changed my name. And I'm like, okay. So he had to help me pronounce it out, just like I do every name. And then
I didn't want to go through that trouble, so I just and I
then
think
somebody in the chat was like, Mythic backward is Sidem. And I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Okay.
see, someone said that to me too. They were like, it's Mythic spelt backwards. So I'm like, oh, hi, Mythic spelt backwards. So that now that's what I call him, and it's just like it's like B is it B rat, no, what is his name? Hold on, because there's another one that I fuck up all the time too, but I don't apologize for shit like that, because I'm just like, that's just me and my weird friggin' personality.
Hey.
So I'm just like, no, he's just like, who the hell are these people and why do I have 9 fucking messages from them? Hold on. Oh, so yeah, so Mythic spelled backwards, I just call him Mythic. See, he's just laughing at me. I just call him Mythic spelled backwards. And then Killa B official, when I read it the way it was originally typed in my chat, I was like, who's collab official? So I call him
Nice.
collab official, right? Because to me, that's what it reads like, collab official, right?
That's
and
awesome.
so he actually made like a fake person and named him and actually spelt it out, collab official.
Awesome.
So I had a fake person. He was in there as his person is usually spelt out. And then he had actual collab official in there too as a troll. And I was like, oh my God, you can't fuck with me when I'm the one fucking with you. Like, you can't troll a troll. Like, I'm the worst troll I'm a bitch from Boston. You can't fuck with me like that.
Hey, that's what's up.
That's what I call them. I call them collab official and Mythic spelled backwards.
Mythic spelled backwards.
Mythic
Hey,
spelled backwards.
you got to put that bar in Mythic. Now I'm calling you Mythic. Sidem, you got to put that bar in, man. Shout out to Mel for real.
Nothing. Oh, now they're talking to each other, and I'm going to be observing that contest in the spectator seat. I will say that is excellent at what he's doing. Oh my God, will you two stop riding each other's dick for a minute?
I've used a bar like that already, he said.
Speaking of Mythic Phil.
Yeah, you did, huh? I think I remember hearing that.
What?
The Mythic spelled backwards.
Oh, backwards?
Yeah, because I think that's the time it came up. And I finally realized that it was what it was. I was just like, okay.
I don't even ride shotgun, Melly Mel.
Hey.
I'm telling you, that boy's my brother. I love him so much.
Hey, is a great dude, man. He has my personal cell phone number, and we talk all the time, man. Shout out to Iz, for real.
Yeah, I love him. I feel bad because I was a little short on the phone with him earlier today, but that's because I'm going through my own personal hell. It's got nothing to do with him. I think sometimes, like, when like you're going through like your own shit, like the people that you love the most kind of get the brunt of it, you know?
Yeah,
but I was trying to like figure out the whole fucking Zoom thing. I'm on the phone with him and I'm like, you know, I'm trying to talk to him and I'm trying to get the Zoom thing up. And finally I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta get ready for this interview. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, fine, talk to you later. And I just hung up. And I'm like, that was super rude and super short. I'm never that way with him. And so I'm really sorry, dude. I didn't mean to be short and mean to you. I'm never like that, but I was. So I'm apologizing.
Hey.
He's like, whatever. He's probably like, whatever. I'll talk to you later. He's used to it. I get stressed out.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Is yeah, because when she first popped in, she said she was kind of nervous. I was like, oh, you don't have nothing to worry about. It's gonna be two friends talking, you know. And I'm glad you're having a great time. I'm having a great time. The chat's having a great time. So I appreciate you for real, Mel, for hanging out.
No, that's definitely a mutual thing. Like, I'm so glad that you're as chill as you are, and like you're just such a great person because I don't do well with people who are like present any type of attitude towards me because I'm like I don't know. It's like how do I put it? Like I'm actually, you know what? Attitude I'm pretty okay with. Condensation is the thing I have a problem with.
Mm.
So like when people tend to be condescending or talk down, and I think that's because I've worked in male dominated fields my whole life. So
Hmm.
when I tend to be when someone tends to be condescending or tends to like uh
Mansplain.
underestimate me, or
Yeah.
yes, exactly, or think that or think they can talk to me in a certain type of way. That's when I tend to, like, this other part of me comes out that is not like the friendly playful side of me, and that's when and that's when I tend to have regrets afterwards, and I'm like, ah, damn, like you were a real fucking bitch, why were you that way? You know,
But
or
that's
or like
understandable though.
or like you really didn't want like the world, not just your people, but like the millions of people who watch YouTube to see you like that. Like that's not the side of you that you want out there. And so, you know, that's where I have to kind of check myself a lot of the time, you know,
Yeah.
because
But it's
um
understandable because the thing is, like,
yeah,
we're all humans, right? I mean, we all got our brains. We can all think, you know, the thoughts that we want to think. There's no difference between you and I except for our genitalia, you know.
yeah,
So that's the way I look at the world, you know. There's two. The way I group people is there's assholes and there's not assholes, and I want to hang out with the not assholes, you
exactly.
know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, it's like we all go through stuff. You know,
Facts.
it's like Ty and Hero, not Hero. Now he's got me saying Hero.
Right.
I never called him Hero before in my life. Now you got me saying Hero. Haru. I say Haru. I don't know. It's Heru, right?
It's potato
Heru.
potato, I think.
Whatever. And Ty, at the we were having this conversation on the podcast one night, how like there's just, especially with the world as shit as it is right now, like why is it so hard for people to just be decent to one another? Like
Facts.
I don't understand. Hey Rue. Oh, there you are.
There he is. What's up,
Hey
Rue?
Rue. Except when you say hey Rue, it reminds me of Winnie the Pooh, and it's like, hey Rue.
Somebody said that
Um,
earlier in the chat too.
yeah.
The
It's a
Winnie the Pooh thing.
Winnie the Pooh thing. That's what it reminds me of. Hey Rue. And now I'm gonna think of Rue. Every time I think of you, I'm gonna be like, hey Rue. That's like my favorite character in Winnie the Pooh too. You know who
Oh,
Rue is, right? Rue is
Rue was the
the little the
little.
little kangaroo. The
That's yes,
It's
yes.
the baby kangaroo
Yeah,
is
they had
Rue.
Tigger and Rue.
Rue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love
So
Tigger too, man. He'd be bouncing off his tail. Shit was
yeah,
fire.
too much energy for me. But yeah, he was cool. This it is says I'll just call you Rue. Well, now that's what I'm gonna call him because like I'm just like, hey Rue. I'll be like, hey Rue. Kind of like my dog, Bama. I was explaining to I was explaining to Ty and Hero. Now I'm going into a totally different subject. Why my dog is named Bama, which I'm assuming he's now both. Oh no, he's behind me now. He's not on the side of me. My beagle is always with me, but Bama I guess is upstairs with Tom. It's too bad you didn't get to meet him because he's cool as fuck. I guess Tom's just trying to keep him quiet.
I did see some videos on your Instagram of the puppies though, and they're beautiful puppies.
Oh, thank you. So
Absolutely.
Bama is my white one, and the my saying is Bama is my boo. Like all my dogs have
Uh,
that I've ever had have had like a certain part in my life. And so my beagle, who I have right here, he's my baby. He's like I like he's an old man now, but like he came to me like petrified of the world. I don't know what's wrong. I think he came from a puppy mill, but he's like
mhm.
petrified of everything. So he's like my baby because he's still like petrified of everything. So he has to be babied through everything. Like, but Bama's my boo. Like he's like handsome. He stands so strong, and he's just like, and he's actually like my replace. He's like my new service dog. So he's like, but that dog like sticks by me like glue. Like except when I'm live on camera, I can't go anywhere without that dog being next to me. And when I'm on the couch, like the whole couch could be empty, but that big white dog is like right next to me, and he'll be next to me, and he'll have one foot, one like leg, like over my knees or something. Like he's always touching me in some way. Like he's always got to have one leg on my lap, or his head's laying in my lap or something. Like that dog is he's a beautiful animal. And if sometimes I'll fall down or I have seizures sometimes, and
Mm.
he comes right, he could be in the other room and he'll come bounding over to where I am on the floor, and he just stands there over me, kind of nudging my face. And even if Tom comes over to try to help me up, he won't let Tom, he'll be like in between Tom and I. He won't let Tom even
Oh
near
wow.
me. It's like, dude, and he's taught brace. So like if you like I can use he'll like stand in a certain stance, and I can use his back to help myself up.
Oh
Like,
wow.
yeah, so Bama's my boo, but all of my dogs have always been named after Democratic presidents. So
Okay.
I've had a Roosevelt, he's passed on. I've had a Kennedy who's gone, and Jackson is behind me right now. Well, an Obama. I wanted an Obama, but or Clinton, but he didn't look like a Clinton. I was like, and I was like, I don't know about an Obama. I'm like, I don't want to name him Obama, but I was like, Obama's cute, and I was like, oh, I'll name him Obama, and then every time he does something wrong, I'll just go, Obama,
Oh, Obama.
Obama, and he does do like because he's still like in a puppy stage, like he still does a lot of things that make me go, Obama. Like I was on the podcast
That is too
with
cute.
I know I was on this podcast with Heru and Ty the other night, and he's underneath my dining room table with my glasses, these glasses in his mouth.
Oh man.
Underneath the table, I'm like, and I've got my phone like this. I'm like, guys, look at this, look at what he's doing, and I'm climbing under my table, trying to get my glasses out of that dog's mouth.
Oh
He's
man.
100 pounds. I'm like, dude, let go of come on, let go of mommy's glasses, let go of mommy's glasses. And he's like pouncing like this, so happy with glasses in his
He
mouth.
wants
I'm
to
like,
play so bad. Yeah.
yeah, and that's what he was doing. He's like, get off the phone, mom. Like, it's my time. This is my time.
Right. You're supposed to be hanging out with me.
Yeah. Like he hates it. And that's why he's upstairs with Tom right now, because he's addicted to the Swedish fish too. Like that's why I was so surprised when I cracked him open. He didn't usually instantly. You can ask any of my people. I opened the fish, and instantly, boom, right on the arm of my chair, you'll see this big white dog like right here. And I'm like,
He's like,
dude,
I heard you got snacks, mama.
yeah, like fish. I'm like, okay, you want some shit? Okay, damn,
That's awesome. I had the
yeah.
cat in I didn't want to feed the cat. I got like a part-time cat, right? It's really somebody else's cat.
Sorry, the wait. Hold on, you gotta give me the second. Give me a second.
I know it sounds
I
crazy.
was like a cat. No, people will understand in a minute. What is it with guys and cats? I don't get it.
Well, I had a dog
Oh my god.
for
Okay.
20 years.
Ooh.
This dog hung out with me, right? A little rat terrier. His name is JJ. Uh, that's my little man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
but right after his 20th birthday, about 2-3 months, he died. He was, yeah.
Oh.
But he lived a great life.
Yeah. No, and
Uh,
actually, little dogs. 20 years is great. Like
yeah.
that's a good solid time.
And it was hard because spending 20 years with something, and then all of a sudden it's
Exactly.
gone. It was
Yeah.
kind of crazy. So I was like at a point where I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get another animal. I'm not going to get another animal. I'm cool. But then this cat started coming around my trailer, and one night my neighbor gave it some like wet food, and ever since then that cat, it was like almost feral, but it's a neighbor's cat. They don't let it inside, so it wouldn't like let people touch it. But now the cat, I open up my door, cat would just run inside. So it's kind of like a part-time cat, especially because it's cold. I don't want the cat to be out there cold. That seems mean. So last night I didn't want to give him the rest of the food because I had just a little bit left for this morning. So I was eating these fucking Slim Jims, and I take a little bite off, and that cat was loving them Slim Jims. He was just like, he was trying to eat the stick I'm having. Like, hold on, wait a minute, I'll give you a piece. Like,
Just to
she's
ask
crazy.
cats. Just have to ask my people how much I like cats.
But this cat is unique.
It's cool. I know, but it's cool. Like feral cats are cool. Like, okay, I can deal with that. Like,
Yeah.
um,
This cat walks around like a pit bull. It's all.
yeah. Feral cats are a little different because they don't act like normal cats.
Yeah.
But I have like a really, I wouldn't say hatred, disdain. No, not really. Like I really do not like cats. But like the thing is like I've explained it on my channel several times, like my thing with cats, because like Denise, is she still in here? And I don't know, but Denise has cats. There's a couple of people in my chat that have cats, and we go back and forth on the whole cat thing. They know how much I don't like cats, but it's because we talked the other day, and I said they started it. Like the cats, the cats started it because they tried to kill me when I was little because I'm so deathly allergic to them. Like.
Okay.
If I walk into someone's house who has cats, like instantly, I blow up. Like I'm so allergic to cats. But so I said they started. That was my rant the other day. They fucking started it. They tried to kill me when I was an infant. Like,
hey,
yeah.
Hey.
There's Denise. There's Denise. She's like,
yep, meow.
Cats, man. Denise has her cats. She loves her cats, but she knows like me with cats. Like I'm not having cats. But the one thing that cracks me up more than anything, Mel sees cats like how Carol tries to get this wolf to see chipmunks. Like I'm just not seeing cats. But what cracks me up more than anything else in the world is single men with cats. And because I just don't understand the whole, to me, like men and dogs go together, but
Yeah.
it's not, but that's just my brain. And Denise just says it's my anti-cat brain is what it is. But then like I've got this right here, like I love all dogs and some people.
Hey.
And then Tom buys me a t-shirt, like a hat that says I'll talk I'll talk to, or I like all dogs, or I'll be around all dogs and maybe 3 people. So people definitely get that I'm just not a people person, and I'm like, well, how can I be on YouTube with the YouTube channel with like all these thousands of people, and you guys tell me I'm not a people person? Like I don't get it. And I'm a therapist, but I'm not a people person. I was a cop, but I'm not a people person. But
I think the thing of it is, for me, is that like dogs, they take a lot of attention. They have a real unconditional love for their.
well, they take
their
a lot of
owners.
love. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And cats are kind of like, I'll take it or leave it. They're kind of like, they're self-sufficient. They're just
Well, that's
easier.
what I say. I say cats are just like, what is it that I say all the time? That cats are just very, I don't know. They're snobs. Like they're just very much like fuck you type animals. They don't.
Because you can call a dog over and be like, hey, come here, so and so. I'll be like, JJ, come here, come right over. I'll look at the cat and be like, hey, Pumpkin, and she'll just sit there and fucking look at me like, what the fuck? I am not moving, bitch.
I was fucking sleeping.
Right.
Like my sister has a dog and a cat. Like she's got both. And I'll sit, her dog is so sweet. And the dog will be like sitting there sleeping in a sunspot or whatever. And I'll be sitting there watching, like I'll be talking to my sister like through FaceTime or whatever. And I'll be sitting there watching it. And who is blowing up my fucking phone, dude?
Hey, Kimberlyn, thank you for coming through. Appreciate you.
Hey, Kim. And I'll be watching them, and I'll sit there and literally watch that cat stalk that dog and then pounce on that sleeping puppy. That puppy's doing nothing but enjoying that sunspot. And that cat, that evil fucking animal, is like, boom.
Yo,
Just they're evil, man. And
I do agree with that. They are a bit evil because my mom has 3 cats, and them things will bring in like half dead birds. You know, it's like half dead rat. You know, it's like,
yeah.
holy crap.
People who love cats are like, oh, they're just bringing you a present. No, they're bringing you half their fucking meal into the house. That's what they're doing.
Facts. It's almost a little sadistic, you know, like like if you think about it, you're like, oh, I was just playing with it. Yeah, but you played with it till it was like half dead, missing a leg. Like, that's crazy.
You say that, and like I had this one dog. She was half chow, half pit, right? The best mouser I had, because I have a giant like farmer's field behind my backyard, which it's a ways back, but there's a lot of room back there. And in the wintertime, the field mice would try to get in my house. So I had this dog. She passed away a few years back, but best mouser in the world. You'd hear her like going at something. I'd be like, Soda, what the fuck are you doing? And I'd go into the, and she'd be like playing with something. And then she'd stop when I call her name. I look at her and she'd have a fucking tail or something squiggling out of her mouth. And I'm like,
Facts.
Stop playing with your fucking food. What are you doing? Like, and she was a dog though, but she was a damn good mouser.
Hey, that's hilarious.
Hey, I don't see. Does she? Oh, Denise says she has 2 cats and 2 dogs now. Well, 1 dog. Well, what happened? She had 2 dogs. Oh, one of your dogs passed away. I'm sorry, sweetie. Lenny got lost in Lakeland when they were shooting off guns. Somebody shot your fucking dog? Are you kidding me?
I hope to God nobody shot the dog. I hope the dog just ran off, like you said, got lost. But that would, I got no patience for people who abuse animals, dude. Zero tolerance.
I don't know. She didn't give me any more information. She just said Lenny got lost in Lakeland when they were shooting off guns.
That's love, B-Mad. I appreciate you, man. I was showing Mom that card you started designing for her meatloaf. She loved it, man.
Is that your mom, Sherry?
Yeah. She'll come in the live sometimes. Right now, she's dealing with a power outage. I don't even know if they got it fixed. She hasn't texted me back yet. So.
Oh, you must be getting worried.
Well, I mean, she'll be all right, but I just at 2 o'clock in the morning, they lost power.
But you didn't get him back? You didn't find him? You didn't call the shelters? Like, what's going on? You need to find out about your dog, Denise. You don't just let a dog run away, man. Like, I'd be super stressed out. One of my dogs ran away. Like, I had one dog take off on me like a week after I had adopted him from the shelter. And I was like, what kind of dog owner am I? Like, the dog took off. But he was a beagle. Beagles do that. So I have like this. I either rescue pits or beagles. It's like, and it's because those are the 2 main dogs that are in shelters, because the bully breeds end up in shelters all the time, and beagles end up in shelters all the time because people are like, oh, mommy, daddy, I want this really cute little beagle, please. And then so they're like, oh yeah, let's get this really cute little beagle. And then people don't realize that they stay a puppy for like 3 years and they destroy everything in your fucking house unless you train them.
Oh, okay.
And they're really super smart, but they're very stubborn, and you need to train them. You can train a beagle not to bark and howl all the time.
True.
In fact, This one hasn't made a fucking sound the entire time we've been on.
Not a peep. I would not have known there was an animal in the room with you.
Right. So you have to train them, and you have to be really good at training your animals. And any dog that's smart, and the bully breeds are super smart as well, and high energy, and beagles are really smart and high energy. You have to take the time to train your animals. And if you do that, then you can save them from being in a friggin' shelter and getting
Yeah.
euthanized.
Facts.
You know,
Facts.
so, and get them fixed. People don't want to fix their damn dogs. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
I've always gotten rescues, and I've always had at least 2 or 3 dogs at a time. I don't know. And I always get from kill shelters, almost always. Like, I have no patience for people who don't take care of their animals, or who will sit there and pay $2,000 for a purebred dog and then leave a purebred dog to get killed and euthanized in a shelter.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's me on my soapbox. Get off that again.
And Kimberlyn, you earned that wrench right there with that comment. I love that. Don't get me started.
She said, don't get me started, animal. Oh, she talks about Jackson. He just snores. Yes, he does. He snores a lot. Mel, yes, agreed. Yeah, Jackson, he's not snoring right now, but generally in every reaction video I do, all you hear in the background is like this really like this really loud snoring. And in fact, I remember doing a Tool video once, and you know, Tool sometimes will put in some like really whacked out instruments I've never even heard of before. But at the end of the video, somebody said in the comments, because the snoring was still going on, oh, I thought I was trying to figure out what that new instrument was they were using, and then I realized it was your dog snoring.
Yeah, that's funny.
He snores so friggin' loud, man. But he's behind me right now, so you can't hear it. Usually, because I have a dog bed on either side of me on the desk.
Nice.
And so he snores so friggin' loud. And before I actually started set up in the office, I used to do all my YouTube videos on the couch in the living room.
Okay.
And so he would lay on the couch right next to me. He would drown out anything like, and I didn't have like a nice sound system or anything. Like, I didn't have anything. It was just me and a laptop computer. And that's why I said I cringe at those videos so bad. But, and everybody would yell, like, I tried to do a night wish. I didn't have anything. I didn't have headphones or anything. Nightwish people, now I understood. Like, now I've done over 100 Nightwish reactions, and I've redone the ones that were so horrible. But
yeah,
they'd be like, please at least get headphones. Like, the audio is so bad. Like,
I did my first Nightwish not too long ago, a couple months ago. Amazing band, by the way.
Yeah. And actually, it's really sad because now 2 of the main members of the band are gone. You know, they've retired.
Okay.
So I haven't done a Nightwish. I don't think I've done a Nightwish reaction since Marcos has left the band, and because I'm sad about it. So I'm kind of like being a spoiled brat and kind of kicking my feet, and like, I don't want to do another Nightwish video. My Nightwish fans are like, you have to do another Nightwish video, and I'm like, no, I won't.
You have committed. You have been committed. You have to do this.
Oh my god, it's so terrible. But I kind of have done that with them, and I'm like, no. I'm just kind of like, why did you? And I, of course, he wrote this really long, beautiful letter to all the fans explaining why he was leaving. He's actually retiring. Like, he's in his 50s. He's been with this band for 30 years. And he actually has his own band. And he also does, like, he's in like this super group. Plus he's with Nightwish. Plus he has his own band, Tarot. And he's like, I'm in my 50s now, and it's time for me to just like retire. And all of Nightwish is a touring band. Like, they've always been a touring band. They tour, and then they take some time off, make a record, then they tour. And he's like, I just want to spend some time at home and enjoy my grandchildren. And I'm
Facts.
like, I have to respect that. I have to totally respect his decision in that, of course, you know? So, like, the side of me that is retired and spends my time at home and has grandchildren totally respects him and is like, whatever, I can't say anything bad against that. But then there's this other side of me that, the music lover in me who's like, I don't, my people get this because I have this thing where I'm like, I don't believe that some bands should go on with once a member leaves, like some bands, like Led Zeppelin was right. Once John Bonham died, Led Zeppelin they were right to just
Same with Van Halen.
cease being Led Zeppelin,
Yeah.
right? So I believe that wholeheartedly. We have gotten into conversations about Queen. I am a Freddie fan, and there's been conflict on my channel as far as reactions go, where I have done a couple reactions with the now Queen. However, I am a diehard Queen fan. I am a diehard Freddie fan, and I feel that Queen only exists with Freddie.
Yeah.
And this new thing that they're doing, I don't want to be a part of. Yeah, exactly.
But although that dude sounds exactly like him, like it's hard to tell the difference between the two vocalists, but it still is a Foreigner, right?
Just still, exactly. Like that's just the way I feel about certain things. Like, and so if you're an iconic band and you lose one of your members, it's like, it's okay. I feel the same way about Journey, though. Even though
No,
Steve
Journey.
Perry,
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
yeah, even though Steve Perry chose not to continue, like he wanted to have a regular life, he didn't want to. Journey was touring too much. He wanted to have an actual home life,
Yeah.
and he chose not to. Journey is still not Journey without Steve Perry. Like
Thanks.
Steve Perry has that distinctive of a voice that it's not the same. So I can't listen to Journey unless Steve Perry is in it.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Thanks.
Like I don't know who the other dude even kind of looks like Steve Perry. I don't care.
He kind of even sounds like him, but it ain't the same.
But it ain't the same. It's not
Yeah.
him, So that's just the way I feel about. And so because I'm such a purist when it comes to music that way, like I think that part of me comes out in other parts of my personality in some things,
Yeah.
So, that's why I get that way, about other stuff.
How
I
you
don't
feel
know.
about like the '80s hair bands like Poison and Motley Crue and stuff like that?
Okay. Well, oh wow. Selective. And I am really selective about that shit. Like, okay, so you mentioned Van Halen. Like, I am definitely a Van Halen fan and not a Van Hagar fan. Like,
Facts. I
we
like
were
Sammy Hagar by himself,
yes, but not with
but
like
not with.
okay, because we were teenagers then, right?
Right.
That's when we were teenagers, right? So that's when that stuff was popular. So like we were there for the whole 5150 album. We
Yeah.
were there for the whole breakup of Van Halen and
Mhm.
and the Van Hagar debacle.
Yeah.
So there were definitely strong opinions when that shit went down.
Facts.
And I am as much of an asshole as David Lee Roth is. He makes Van Halen. And, I was not a fan of Van Hagar. And so that's just me. I know a lot of people that were fine with it. I was not one of them.
Yeah.
As my sister was a huge hair band girl, but she was also like, the movie Mean Girls, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
my sister was like one of the Plastics. She was one of the Mean Girls. I was not. I was one of the stoner chicks, I guess. I was one of the girls that was like had a black leather jacket and got along with everybody. Like I
Yeah.
was not that. I was the party girl. I was at all the parties. I was like, whatever,
We,
know.
hey, if we met up, we definitely been hanging out in high school. That ain't no fucking lie.
Probably. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably definitely true. Whereas me and my ex-husband, no. And he would not have been with you. He, even though you guys probably went to the same high school, you guys probably would not have known each other at all. He didn't even drink in high school. Like when he told
Oh, we
me
used to
he
get
never
drunk at high school.
he I got drunk in high school.
Yeah.
He told me I said, you never went to a party in high school? He said, I went to one party. I said, okay, but you never drank? Like he didn't even, when our kids, like my youngest son, I caught him smoking weed up in his room. Like he was burning incense, like that was going to trick me.
Right.
I went up there. The second I smelled the incense, I knew he was smoking weed. So I went up there and I'm like, dude, really? In the house? Come on now. So I said to my husband, because I wasn't home, so, but he was. So I looked at him and I said, you couldn't tell that the kid was smoking weed in the house? He's like, that's incense. I'm like, yeah, exactly. He's like, I don't know what that smells like. I'm like, oh, Jesus. That's right. I forgot. I fucking married Betty friggin' Crocker over here. Like, he didn't. Anyway, that went off that went off in the wrong fucking direction. But yeah, like my sister was like, she was like, dated president of student council. She was friggin' like, she was one of those. She was a mean girl, plastic. I hated her. We didn't get along. But she was into all the hair bands. She's like, oh, I'm gonna marry friggin', Bon Jovi, and I'm like, great. I'm gonna fuck Richie Sambora.
Hey.
Yeah, it's like
right.
Those were our attitudes. You know what I mean? It was like two different planes right there. So, she was like, okay, I liked Motley Crue, hated Twisted Sister. Like it was like. I dug Rat, hated Poison. It was like I was picky. Like, did they suck? Did they not suck? Like, I loved Metallica from the get-go.
Yeah.
But I was not someone who listened. I didn't listen to like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and Pantera. I didn't listen to them.
Okay.
And that was a personal choice. I think I just was like, to me at that time, it was all just like, I don't know, like speed metal garbage. And I just didn't want to listen to it. But later on now as a Reactor, I've had to listen to it because it's been requested on my channel.
Yeah.
Please don't ask me if I like it all or not.
I did get to see Anthrax and Iron Maiden in concert when I was a kid. That was pretty.
Oh, that was the other one. Anthrax was the one I was thinking of.
They did that Public Enemy song with Public Enemy, Bring the Noise. Yeah. That shit was so fire.
Now I have gotten the chance to listen to Iron Maiden on more than one occasion now, and I can respect Iron Maiden for the band that they are. And
a lot of wartime stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still some shit that I still would not choose to listen to. Axl Rose being from okay, so that's another interesting one. I love AC/DC, always have, by the way. Yeah. But okay, so Axl Rose. Oh, Welcome to the Jungle, please. No, I don't want to ever hear that song again. Okay, so
put it on repeat for 4 days straight.
Okay, so Guns N' Roses, you have to understand, like Guns N' Roses, when they came out, they played Welcome to the Jungle probably, yes, on repeat for fucking like a month straight on the radio. Like that's all you fucking heard. I can't stand that song because of how much they played that fucking song.
Yeah.
But Guns N' Roses,
Mr. Brownstone is probably one of my favorites.
There's probably, the thing is Guns N' Roses, it's really about the song.
Yeah.
Like the thing is they weren't around long enough for me to hate them or like them because Axl is a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like they had the talent. Yeah. I mean, just look at Slash alone.
Facts.
I mean, they had the talent to where if Axl wasn't such a fucking idiot, they could still be around now, just like Metallica is,
Yeah.
still fucking filling fucking theaters and I mean fucking stadiums and playing.
Facts.
Like that's the thing. But the problem is that, you know, they didn't. And um they their freshman album, there were so many so many like sparks of brilliance on it
Yeah.
that a lot of songs on there got so overplayed though
Yeah.
that like it was like you loved that song and then it was like everybody else loved the song plus the radio loved the song that it was like after a month you didn't want to fucking listen to it anymore.
Yeah.
That's the and to be honest with you, that's the truth.
That's facts.
It's like if I never hear November Rain again in my life, I think I'll be okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, they did so much with that song. I mean, they brought in a full orchestra to back that song, which was cool, but still, I mean,
I'm
not one of
I'm
my
the same way.
favorites.
Metallica is one of my favorite groups, but I'm okay. I'm the same way with Metallica 1.
Yeah.
I'm okay if I never hear Metallica 1 again. And the beginning of Metallica 1 is probably one of the most beautiful beginnings of any song I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I agree.
But people always request Metallica 1. It's like, do you want to dig a little deeper into their catalog?
Please.
Like, because they have some really dope ass songs if you really want to get in there. Metallica
Meaningful songs too.
Yes, and does some of the most beautiful and intricate guitar work I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Please go dig into their catalog, you know? But it's like, nope, fade to black. 1.
Master of Puppets.
Master of Puppets.
Yeah.
It's the whole, I mean, it's like
the one hit off of every album, you know. Like
Ride the Lightning. You know, it's like, ugh. I like GNR music and love AC/DC. I couldn't get with him singing for AC/DC though. Who said that Axl was going to sing for AC/DC?
Hey, because AC/DC, man.
What? No, you have to have.
That's classic,
Again,
man.
Well, see, that's another thing that I kind of go back and forth with.
That he
Bond,
went and sung for him.
When did he sing for AC/DC?
I have no idea. I wouldn't listen to it though. I'd be pretty.
I'm sorry. I have a big enough problem with the replacing of the whole Bond versus I don't know. I have a. It depends on the song, on which singer is singing the AC/DC song, because they have 2 different lead singers anyway,
right? Because
the lead singer died.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, everybody tells me it doesn't matter. It sounds the same. It doesn't. And for those of you who think that song does sound the same, it doesn't matter, then you're not AC/DC fans. Yes. And you need to.
It's like switching out in your recipe, switching out the sugar for salt. Like, it ain't going to fucking taste right, you know.
It's like, really? And why are people still listening to AC/DC? That's what I want to know. Like old AC/DC? Yeah, AC/DC. Listen to that shit. Old AC/DC, listen to that shit. But why are you listening to AC/DC now that fucking Angus has died?
Oh, they tried it out a few years back. Okay. Well, it obviously I remember. Didn't they release a new album or something not too long ago? Like a few years back, like you're talking about? I think I remember something about that. But then after I heard they were going to release it or something, you never heard about it again. Or at least I didn't.
I was going to say, I didn't think anyone was listening to AC/DC anymore. At least I meant new AC/DC. Always listen to old AC/DC. Like, that should never die. Like, Back to Black, that album should be listened to forever and ever. And ever, amen.
Yes. Thunder.
And I'm not Christian, so just keep listening to it. Like, there's so much good music.
It's so a lifetime of great music out there. That's the thing. How do you feel about Motown?
I love Motown.
Mm,
I love Motown. Not I'm like not into a lot of the doo-wops shit. So like I'm not
okay.
real big on like um okay. I am notoriously not into female singers.
Okay.
My people know that. So like any of like the Supremes, any of those types of things. And
Aretha.
real oh no.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Like so
Oh,
if you
you
get
okay? I understand the
yeah,
doo wop stuff
the doo-wop
with
shit.
the big
So
bee
right,
hair, the beehive hairdos and stuff.
right.
Okay.
Any of the old time, like if you get me, um, or new, and I don't listen to pop. So like any of today's pop shit, like I don't know any of it. But
Okay.
like I don't like Sopranos. Like they hurt my ears.
Mm,
I for some reason I think it's nowadays it hurts my ears. I think it's from I don't know if it's mortars or the explosion or what it is,
oh, okay.
but something it's kind of like we were talking about the Asian guy with the high voice. It
Mm-hmm.
hurts my ears. That's why I can't do that type of so female soprano singers like I cover a lot of symphonic rock groups and they love throwing sopranos as their lead singers
Mm-hmm.
and females and some of them I can listen to or I try not to if I can help it because it kills my ears, it really does.
That's
But
tough.
I love like Josephine Baker, Aretha Franklin, um any of them, like mad love for the old greats. I'm not a huge I can't stand Mariah Carey. I'm not some Christina Aguilera I can handle, but when it comes to Motown, like oh god, Marvin Gaye, love him.
Earth, Wind, and Fire,
Yes, the Commodores, Earth, Wind and
Commodores,
Fire. Yeah, any of the old funk.
Temptations.
Yes. Um, yes, absolutely. And um even like have you heard of Alabama Shakes? Have you ever listened to Alabama Shakes? Like
That sounds very familiar.
they're current. Well, I don't know when their last album was out, but um they're current as in like the last 10 years. Like I have a few albums of theirs. They're kind of like bluesy kind of um I want to say a little bit of rock, but mostly blues, but uh really, really good. I mean, they're just really good. But I also have you ever listened to the Black Keys?
Also sounds very familiar. I,
Okay.
I don't think I've gotten in either of those bands' work though.
Okay. Um I like a lot of stuff that's kind of like on the fringe of like bluesy type of rock. It's like it kind of uh it's kind of like put your foot in it kind of music. It's like stuff that you feel, you know, it makes
Yeah.
you feel something.
Okay.
Like everybody knows Take Me to Church by Hosier, right? But if you listen to like a lot of his other stuff that he does, it's really, really good. And I mean, Take Me to Church is a great song. It's an iconic song, right? Except that everybody on every singing competition in the world has redone it.
Yeah.
So, like, but if you get into his catalog and actually listen to some of the other stuff that he does, because he's got that voice that's kind of gritty in some places and gets kind of weird in other places. He's got that kind of voice that lends itself to just being really fucking cool. Plus, he writes lyrics and that I want to hear, you know,
Yeah.
like that are relevant, that kind of give you kind of that kind of like chills, kind of like Oh shit, yeah, that was really fucking cool.
Like
And
you
he
feel it in your soul type shit.
exactly. I want music to move me. I
Yeah.
want music to mean something. Or sometimes I just want music that I can vibe out to, you know?
Right.
It's like we were talking about we were talking about Kendrick. Yeah, Tom
Rude
Waits.
Knock. What's up, brother? Always nice to see you,
Hey.
man.
Also in the tournament.
Also, a guy who has his name spelled backwards. That's Rude Knock, but if you spell it backwards, it's Condor. He kind of fucked up the spelling, but
Oh, don't
he,
do that. Then I'm gonna fuck that up too.
right?
I actually know how to pronounce that one, so you, he says sorry I'm late. We've just been talking for a really long time. I think I'm probably I don't know if I'm the longest guest he's had yet because I just won't shut up. I'm not really sure yet.
No, I went 7 hours
Okay.
with trauma.
Oh, okay.
7 hours. But we
Was
are
was the
approaching 4 hours, so that's amazing.
okay?
It's like two friends having a conversation.
Yeah, I told you. I don't shut up. That's the problem. That's one of my
I have
problems.
that same problem.
Okay.
Diarrhea of the mouth. I'll be just standing in line at the grocery store and just be
Start
like,
talking to people and shit.
yeah,
I
no
do the same
problem.
thing though. I do the same thing.
Yeah, Rude and I over 6 hours. Like I'll sit down here all day and talk with you. I don't care.
Backwards names drive me nuts.
Yo, Damier, good to see you, my brother. Always love, man. I hope you're having a great day.
Hey, what's up down there?
Hey, yeah, staying busy. That's what's up. I always love that emoji of the
Of
person
the
going
what?
like this. That shit
Like
cracks
what
me
the fuck?
up.
What the fuck, man? What the
Right?
fuck?
So
Like
I don't know.
that's my perpetual state of being. I think. Like what the fuck, man? I don't know.
That's hilarious. Yo, we've had a great time though, for real.
It has been fun. Like I need. I think I might need to refill
Yeah, if
my
you want to take a
beverage.
break real quick and come back, I gotta get another drink too. Anybody out there need
Yeah,
to stretch your legs real quick?
I
Definitely do
just
that.
yeah. Why don't we do take five and then we'll be right back?
Absolutely.
That works.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, see you in the AM, Damier. Hey, that's what's up. Coffee and music. Hey, I had to get me a coffee in the morning too, cause I was late again. It seems like I always come in like the last song when Dom's wrapping everything up. I'm like, hey, I'm here. He's like, we're getting ready to leave. I'm like, fuck, I want to hang out. Coffee with the dragon. Yeah, I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick as well. Um, it'll just take me a couple seconds. All right, we back. We back. Trying to find some bud right now. Oh man, I wish you were my neighbor, Root. I got bud. I'd give you some. Look, James, squirrel, squirrel. Hey, no luck till 6 p.m. apparently. Oh, that's tough, man. Hey, you know that's the thing, man. We smoke good weed, so the resin in the pipes, good resin. I'll be hitting that shit when I'm out. I don't give a fuck. Although sometimes, we come across some weed that tastes like that smell like hay and it tastes like hay, and I'll be like, I ain't smoking that. Why does it taste like all premature and hay like that? Yeah. I'm kind of a weed snob, you know. Hey, hey, that's what's up. See, that's love. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. B. It's not even legal medicine. Oh, where you at, Kimberlyn? Dispensary. A. Yo, dispensary is getting way too expensive, man. My dudes have been growing lately, and I'm supposed to go over there today at some point and trim. and get some more back because he likes to pay us on Mississippi. Damn, man. I don't understand like why people can't understand like weed is the same. I think of it as the same as like alcohol or liquor. You know, if you want to come home and have a joint, why not? What's the harm in that? You know, smoke a bowl. That's just no more. You know, one more year. I can't wait. Hey, that's what's up, Dom. For real. I got a buddy who drives truck, and he used to grow, and he hasn't been able to smoke for like the last 10 or 15 years. And he's like, I can't wait till I retire because, you know, driving, they always random drug test you. He said, I'm a weedaholic. Vancouver, hey, it's legal up there, right, Carol? It's legal in Canada, I think. I never run out of BC bud. Legal here. Okay, so I get government made, nice and clean and all legal. Yeah, that's what's up. Smoking since I was 9. Hey, you been smoking. I think I started smoking like at 12 or 13. Bumped into somebody in my junior high, and he was like, hey, you smoke weed? And I was like, I don't know what that is. And he was like, here, check this out. And he gave me some. He's like, you can have that. And I was like, okay. So I went back. My cousin, he had smoked before, like once. So we made a weed pipe out of a soda can, and we smoked it in my grandma's trailer. That shit was fire. I was like, I'm in love with Mary Jane. Yeah, it did. I got diagnosed bipolar, manic depressive when I was like 16, 17 years old, and they were giving me lithium uh, as my medication, and it just made me feel like I was stoned at first, and I was like, well, shit, man. I'm not never really been a pill person, so I was like, I'll just fucking smoke weed, and I've been doing that since I was a kid, you know, just smoking weed, and I've never had a problem. I don't know why they don't dose that shit out to people. It's so well, I do know why, because motherfucking the medical industry, the drug companies, man, they won't have nothing for it. Gotta go. We about to skate, and I need to find some weed. Hey, much love, Rube, man. I hope you find your weed, bro. For real. You know there's some weed at the skate park. That's facts. And 2 years later, I joined the Navy, so maybe I shouldn't smoke. Not good decision. Facts. Facts. Exactly. 100. Weed is the bomb. No pills for me. Facts. The only pills I do take is ibuprofen because I get like massive migraines sometimes. And sometimes that ain't even good enough. Just like a cold, dark room is the perfect place to be. With maybe just like a fan running, you know, for like background noise. But other than that, no, I don't. When I got my shoulder surgery, they're like, you want these Norcos? And I was like, is that an opioid? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, I don't want it. And he's like, you're going to want it. And I'm like, no, I don't want it. So I said, is there anything else? And they're like, well, we got Tylenol 3 with codeine. And I was like, is that an opioid? And he's like, no. I was like, okay, I'll take that. Well, my mom filled both prescriptions, right? And the first pill I got, because the first one she was able to get filled was the damn Norcos, right? And I took one of them fucking things, and I'm sitting there, and I could not open my eyelids. I was sitting there talking to my mom like this, you know. I'm like, I don't like this. I can't open my fucking eyes. I can't even see nothing. This is fucking terrible. And of course, then I slept for fucking hours in a row. But that shit. He said, hey, cold dark room. I'm in Maine. It's cold as fuck. Just turn the light off. Yo, that's what's up. Hey, that's what's up, Carol. Yeah, no opioid. Facts. No opioid. You know, my sister, she was on some opioids, right? And she tried to commit suicide last year. I was off of YouTube for like 8 months trying to rehabilitate her, you know. She stole my mom's car. She ended up crashing into a road barrier on the freeway at like 70 miles an hour. I'm surprised she even lived, but she broke her back and she fucked her knee up. It took us about 7, 8 months. She got back to walking. She's off the drugs and she's working now. So um, I'm glad that woke her up. But still, I mean, it was crazy shit to fucking even see, man. Dom said he didn't smoke until he was 19. Hey, better late than never, though, right? Right, Carol? Yeah. She was sitting there going, I told my mom at this point, my mom doesn't have a gun, but I said, grab a fucking like a broom or something, because if she tries to come at you, you're going to have to fend her off. You know, she's not in her right mind. She was literally saying that, she goes, there's metal in my brain and it's telling me things. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? This is not my sister. This is just crazy. The Marinol is the. Oh, I heard about Marinol. Yeah, you get more effective. 2 milligrams and 10 narcotic. Yeah, it lasts longer. No real high, but no agitation. The first time I did a drug test, it was to get a job at Target when I was a kid, and I went and took my P test, and the doctor called me. He's like, "Hey, we got your test back," and I was like, "Oh, okay, great." He's like, so you smoke marijuana? And I was like, nope. Of course I do. He's like, do you take Marinol? And I was like, what's that? You know? He's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give this to Target. I don't think they'll be calling you. Like, he knew I was lying. Oh. Oh, shit, Kimberly. Oh, my goodness. Arthritis at age 12? Oh, my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, I don't. Hey, for real. That's my mom gets arthritis in her hands, and it, dude. I see what she goes through, man.
Sorry, I lost both my dogs.
They both live with Tom now.
I guess so. I can't find the other one. Pain pills. Huh? Oh, I don't want to talk about this. I we just had this whole conversation about weed versus pills in my
Yeah.
last live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I wish. I'm
I'm just.
still.
I was diagnosed manic depressive bipolar when I was like
Yeah,
16, 17 years old. They were giving me lithium, and
yeah. They did the same thing to my kid.
the lithium
Fucked
made me
them
feel
all
like I
up.
was stoned, right? And I was like,
Yeah.
fuck it. I'll just take it from like 16, 17 years old. I took like a couple doses. I was like, I don't want this. I'll just smoke weed. If it makes me feel like that, then it's good. I've never had a problem.
They did the same thing to my kid, and he became an alcoholic.
Mm,
He went off his meds and started drinking instead to self-medicate. And by the time he was 18, I had an 18-year-old alcoholic on my
that's tough.
hands. Had to put him in rehab. Yeah, he became really bad. It was really, really bad. It was an issue for him.
I'm sorry
Now,
to hear that.
thankfully, oh no, thankfully he's in a good place.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that too.
Yeah, no, yeah. Now he's in a really good place, but he wasn't for a long time. They fuck him up. That but he came from the generation of, you know, from the time like they were in preschool. Oh, your child has, ADHD, ADHD. That was that whole generation.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, he's got ADHD." I said, "No, he doesn't."
He's a kid.
Exactly. I said,
Right.
just because, well, he has issues focusing. Well, then make him focus. Like that's your
Right.
fucking job.
Every
Do your
kid has
job.
that issue. Period.
Right? Do your fucking job. I mean, you're his teacher. You have teachers' aides in the room.
Yeah.
Do your fucking job. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not like if you're having problems getting him to focus on what you're doing, then you're not a very good teacher.
Facts.
Do your fucking job. I mean, they were saying shit like that from the time he was in
Mm.
preschool and kindergarten. They were telling me that he needed to be on medication because he had ADHD, or he had focus issues. I'm like, he's in preschool, for fuck's sake.
Right.
If I get him at home at home, I have no problem having him focusing and having him sit there to do whatever homework you want him to do or whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously it's you, and you're not doing your job. Your job is
Right.
not only to teach my child, but to have my child be interested in what you are teaching him.
Yeah.
Not just shoving a book in his face and saying, read these pages and do this.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a woman who went to Catholic fucking schools her whole life, where that's what they did. Or they hit us with the book, one of the two. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
they didn't care about entertaining us. They just cared about us doing the work, you know? But there's more to being a teacher than just saying, you need to learn this. I mean, you have to find creative and inventive ways to teach kids.
Facts.
I think especially these days, because there's so many, well, when my kids were younger, it was just, I mean, computers were just becoming a thing. I mean, no, when we were younger, computers were just becoming a thing. But
Right.
but I think the more and more computers are being put and tablets are being put in kids' faces, the attention span is becoming less and less.
Yeah.
So you definitely have to think of more innovative and creative ways to get kids' attention.
And that's why I like making long form content. Like a lot of the stuff I do is hours and hours long, you know. I don't think the world has enough attention span to be able to, you know, sit and watch something for hours, you know, and be interested in it as much as they used to be. I mean,
You know,
the chat right here, man, y'all soldiers, man, for real.
my people are pretty good. Like, they'll sit with me for a solid 4 to 6 hours for as long as I can have them. And actually, what's interesting is like, I keep a lot of people kill their lives. Like, when they're done, they just chuck them. They don't keep them. And
I keep mine
I'm,
out.
I keep mine. And if there's something like some song or whatever that blocks it or whatever, I cut that song out and then I keep the live up, because
Facts.
what I've noticed is, yeah, it might say only 20 people or whatever at that time, or, 50 people, whatever.
Yeah.
But the longer I keep it up, I notice 200 views, 300 views, 400 views, 1,000 views. Like, more and more people come back and watch that.
Yeah.
Or people have told me they actually keep it. They'll record it or whatever, because there's such good music on there. They like tape it, or they'll play it when they're cleaning their house, or they'll just play it as like anyone would listen to anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the conversation is creative enough to where it's like background noise,
Right.
with the songs. And so I just keep mine up. Why would you take it down anyway? Every single time someone listens to it or watch it or puts it on, that's more views for you. That's more hours for you. So why are people cutting their lives down? I don't understand.
The only thing I could think of is because every one of my Friday night live streams, they're always demonetized. And that's the only thing I could think of.
Most of my videos are demonetized.
Right, exactly.
Because I'm doing content that's, the reason why all these people have gone to just doing independent artists is because they want to monetize everything.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. All of the independent artists that I did 2 years ago who allowed me to monetize on those videos, like Crip and stuff like that.
Yeah.
About 6 months ago, he went through and monetized all of them.
Yeah.
So fuck me.
I have noticed that where it'll be 6 months or a year later, you'll be like, so and so hit copyright, and I'm like, that's crazy. Like, it's been up there for a year.
I know, and I just think it was crap that it's the independent artists that we talk to every day who are friends in our circle, and all of a sudden it's like, dude, like, I've had it up there for like 2.5 years. I friggin' talk to you like on fucking Twitter every morning or whatever, and now you just want to copyright the shit that I've had on my fucking thing this whole time. Yep. Sometimes it's kind of like you just all of a sudden you're like, you open up your email and you're like, oh shit, another thing's been copyrighted, and then you look and it's like it's one of your friends that fucking did it, and you're like, that's fucked up, but it's whatever, I understand they got to make their money too, but
Thanks.
yeah, but yeah,
I've also had it go the other way too, where I've had a video up for months and then all of a sudden it's monetized. Like they've taken it away. Yeah, I like chilling it. It's come through and gave me my monetization back.
Yeah,
like, that's fucking awesome.
Well, I do know that like there are some people who come to me like I get a lot of requests from European rock bands and stuff like that to do their stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll tell them, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do a reaction on your stuff, but you need to get a hold of your PR firm or whatever, and you need to cut the monetization on it. So I don't get, dinged on it.
I've also
And
noticed
so
where,
they go ahead and they start the process on that. So that'll come
yeah,
back and get monetized. So I'll get the money back on that. So that happens on those.
yeah. I
Yeah.
have noticed recently where it says shared, so the
Yeah.
artist will come in and split it with you,
Yeah.
and that's cool as fuck too.
Yeah. Yep.
J
Yep.
Tree 420s in the house. My dude, what's going on? I hope you're having a great day. I
Hey,
love this
what's up,
comment.
Mad Prez?
He said, I use secret mind control device I confiscated from the CIA to teach my kids. I love that. Man,
what
P.
what did Ty say? He says, he said, I'm back. My hair was low key hella work. uh
That's great.
well, it was funny because like I was trying to do a request for Rue. Now I'm gonna call him Rue from now on. For Rue the other day, and he was in the process of getting his braids redone. So he's got hella long braids, right? Like
Yeah.
they come to like here. And I can just imagine sitting in the chair, that chick or whoever was doing it, trying to do his braids while I'm trying to talk to him to get his request right.
Hey, that's love, Holly. Yes, Sack famous for his 7 million hour interviews. Yes, thank you. Hey, I told you it's the long form content over here.
I may or may not be rocking the afro on Monday's podcast. What?
Hey,
What, dude? Really? All right, we'll see. I'm gonna be dropping by. Like, see, they know I don't shut up. Like, I'll get off. Like, they'll be in my live, like talking to me, and then I'll get off my live, and I'll see that they go. Like, this is how suspicious and shit I'm. I'm like, what are they talking about, right? Because like, this is what happens. Like, they'll be in my live, and then I'll I'll end my live and I'll see that they immediately go into an Instagram live together, him and Haru. So I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? So I jump into their live right after I get off my live, and they're like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? They're like, nothing. We're just hanging out talking about this. I'm like, oh, really? And then I end up talking to them for 3 hours and they're fucking live.
right?
And they were talking about shit. They're like, this is our podcast. I'm like, oh, you guys are going to start a podcast? They're like, no, this is our podcast. I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh.
Back in the...
Oh, he's laughing. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I'm sorry. I keep bombing. I'm like, I keep like jumping in your podcast. I'm sorry. And they're like, no, that's cool. I'm like, no, I won't come again unless you invite me. And they're like, no, you're like a regular member of the podcast now. You keep fucking showing up.
Right?
I feel bad.
You know the door's always open over here.
Exactly. I keep just jumping in their fucking podcast. I feel so bad about it, but they're so cool to talk to, man.
They really are great people, for real. I don't want to do a podcast. I want to do a podcast.
A podcast.
I like that. Jay, we may have to do something, bro. Seriously. I like that. I like the sound of that. What trees are you smoking on today, Jay? We have to get the magnifying glass out, show all the nice crystallines on there. That should be fire.
Look at all you guys. I'll be the only one in there. Like, I could go. I'll be the only one in there. I'll be acting as stupid as shit, but I won't be high.
Hey.
The only problem is like I'm trying to get my medical, like finally my doctor, like here's my issue. In New York, they.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Is that your mom?
No, it's my neighbor.
We need to do our all-night it's session again. Apparently you didn't Apparently, you get a T-shirt for surviving Discord with me if you last all night. I don't know why. I'm an angel. Steve. All right, you guys got private jokes I don't know anything about, but I want to know who's been. Why do I have 5? What is going on? Why do I all of a sudden have 627 fucking YouTube hits? What is going on here?
Hey, yo, I am sorry to say, my friend just called me. He's broke down on the side of the road. He
That's
needs my
fine.
help. But I tell you what, Mel, it has been a damn pleasure.
It
For
has
real.
been so much fun. It has been so much fun. I should feed myself and find out if Tom has done something to my dogs. I don't know where my dogs are, but just wait till you check your DMs.
Hey,
I know.
his neighbor Steve.
You think they added you to the networking group? Oh, oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
get her in the network. It's not Steve, it's Chris, by the way. But Steve is at home, I imagine. But Chris's car broke down, so I apologize. Much
Hey,
love to
no.
everybody. Yeah.
This has been so much fun, and guys in the chat, thank you so much for being so welcoming. Like, and thank I think my people have all left, maybe, but this has been so much fun, and thank you for making it very just chill and very non-nerve-wracking. So
I'm so happy you felt comfortable and you wanted
yeah.
to come on and hang out, and you did. We're at 4 hours 5 minutes. I thank
Damn.
you, really. And
Yeah.
it could have been
Thank
another
you for
3
having
hours
me,
if
man.
Chris didn't
It
hit
could have
me
been.
up.
It could have been.
You know
Who
what I'm
knows?
saying?
But no, thank you for having me. This has been just a lot of fun. And yeah, you know, you should come and chill with us like at the tournament and stuff.
Oh, I'm definitely going to drop in. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. See what these guys have.
Oh, I
I don't
love it.
know.
I love it.
I don't Ty thinks he's gonna win. Haru thinks he's gonna win. I'm not really sure. I think it's gonna be Steve. I'm not sure.
my
I
neighbor
don't know.
Steve.
Yeah. I
There
don't
you
know
go.
who the fuck Steve is, but maybe.
Go Steve.
Right. Go Steve.
Yo,
That sounds like
James,
such
man.
a Canadian thing, man.
I appreciate
right.
y'all, man.
Take care. And I'm gonna leave.
All right,
I'm gonna
Mel.
leave.
Again, the door's always open. If you ever want to do this again, feel free to ask, and door's always open, for real.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Yo, SDR crew, much love to everybody out there. Thank you for hanging, chilling. The chat has been amazing today, as always. And I'm going to go live later on tonight to finish up last night's live stream, because we didn't get all of the songs done. So just expect more Sack Juggalo later this evening. We're going to rock out and finish up that request list. So much love to you all out there. I will see you soon, and I'll see you guys on the next one. All right. Peace.